name is Paul Coquette. I am a part-time self-employed reporter employed by the Director of Supply and Environmental Appeals of the Scottish Government, and I'm appointed to carry out an examination into the parallel roads of Lochaber, Site of Special Scientific Interest, Nature Conservation Order 2025. This was an order that was made under the Nature Conservation Scotland Act 2004, and this is a hearing into representations made under that piece of legislation in connection with the order, with a view to my reporting to Scottish ministers on the representations made. As I say, I'm a person appointed to carry out this examination. I have carried out, as some or all of you know, a site visit last Wednesday on site in the rain at the site attended by some of those who are present today. I'll do introductions and raise a few preliminary matters just in a moment. Before we get fully started, I'll just remind people this is a webcast hearing. It's being recorded, and the recording of it is such as so it can be watched live. Some people may be watching it live as we go just now, but it can also be seen afterwards on the DPA website at dpa.scotland.gov.uk. The benefit of having the recording of the website is that I have to spend a little bit less time than I used to in the old days scribbling down the evidence and the responses people make. I can go back and watch the recording, as any of us can, after this. But the participation in the webcasting and recording of this is being taken as consent for data protection and GDPR purposes. For those who wish to consult any documents in relation to the examination and the hearing this morning, these can be found on the DPA website, as mentioned a moment ago, under case reference, by searching under case reference NCO-270-1. So that's the general introduction I'd make there. This is an order that's promoted by the Scottish Government, by Scottish ministers, under, as I say, the Nature Conservation Act. They made the order, but it was made on a request from Nature Scot, technically Scottish National Heritage, as the legislation still describes it as. And so, although I'm reporting to Scottish ministers and the Scottish Government, in effect, those people who are representing the case for the order are principally going to be Nature Scot. And I think I'll go to them first of all. And Peter Ferguson, I think, is an agent acting on behalf of Nature Scot, and ask him to introduce himself and those who are present this morning with him and on behalf of Nature Scot.
Good morning, sir. My name is Peter Ferguson. I'm a solicitor and I'm the director of Objections. On my left is Karen Mitchell, who is an operations manager with Nature Scot. Second on my left is Rachel McGill, who is an operations officer. And third on my left is Dr. Christina Wood, who is a geology advisor.
Okay. You are echoing a bit, Peter, this morning. I don't know if that's just a consequence of you being in the boardroom or whether some of you might want to play about with putting yourself and your computers in a situation where we get a bit less of an echo. I think I picked up the names of people concerned. Hopefully everybody else did, but you're coming across slightly echoey. Hopefully I'm not. But that's helpful, and that is useful because as we go through the hearing this morning, there'll be different questions that may well be appropriate to be answered by different of those Nature Scot officials with you, and you can obviously just direct any questions to the particular officials concerned, which is helpful. So I also have, in terms of as formal objectors, I've got Gary Raybould. Yeah, and Gary Raybould, I've got you noted as you and Maria McCulloch as joint objectors. So Gary, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Right, I'm Gary Raybould. I'm a landowner in the site. I'd recently purchased land in June last year, and briefly after finalising our purchase, we received notification of the order. So obviously it doesn't align well with what we were purchasing the land for.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the reason.
Okay,
for
thank you.
our objection.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. And I've also got Richard Brooking.
Yes, hello.
Good morning, could you hear it loud and clear? Thank you.
Morning.
Again, well, I'll bring you in each appropriate time. I'll tell you a little bit more about the kind of process this morning, but just get you. I've noted your presence here this morning, and we'll bring you in, as I say, as the hearing goes on. I was expecting a James Hannon and a Robert Kane. They were both at the site visit last week, so it may well be that they're not intending to come this morning. And I did receive an indication that Genevieve Chivers wished to address the meeting, and she was going to call in from Australia. If the time difference works for her, I'm not quite sure how it worked in that respect. However, from her perspective, she is shown having had an original objection withdrawn in December of last year. So it may be no surprise, perhaps, that she's not attending this morning for the call. I've also, as I say, I've got a Martin McKinnon appearing in my screen in front of me. I don't know if Martin could make himself known and explain his role this morning.
Good morning, Paul. My name's Martin. I'm
Martin.
senior operations manager for Scottish Forestry's Highland and Islands Conservancy, which forms part of the. It's the site in question. It lies within our area.
Indeed. Okay, thank you. I was hoping Scottish Forestry were going to attend. I could say that as by way of a general aside at this stage is part of this examination that I'd written the SEPA and to Highland Council as well as Scottish Forestry, advising them of the existence of this hearing and the fact the hearing was going to be set, and SEPA and Highland Council have made no substantive response, but Scottish Forestry did indicate they were going to be present, so I'm grateful for that. I'm next going to go to Dean Baker of the Acknaberbane Landowners Association, both to introduce himself, but I know he's got some of his members here today, and I just would maybe ask Dean just to say a few words of introduction, but also say a little bit about those members of his association who are here today, some of which I recognised from the site visit last week. But maybe I can bring in Dean just to speak as to his intended role today.
Thank you, Paul. My name's Dean Baker. I'm the chair of the Acknaberbane Landowners Association. I've got a few other members here today. I can see Nancy, I can see Darren and Eva. And my role really is, I know I won't say too much because we've got item 7 on the agenda, so I'll save most of the detail for that moment, at which point I'll give a sort of a presentation on our case and our position, and maybe invite one or two of the other members if they want to say a few words. I know Eva would also like to speak. She can speak at that point if that's okay.
No, that's absolutely fine. The reason I'm asking specifically about all of that is the Landowners Association obviously had an objection that's been made. It was made timelessly, and there was a representation that was made last month as well, which I've accepted into process, and you'll talk about that, Dean, when we get to that stage of the of the examination this morning. I'm certainly very happy to hear people who are members of your association in support of the representation that you're making. They are, of course, not objectors in their own right. Including yourself, indeed, the association is an objector, and all of the points that may be made would fall under the umbrella of what the association are putting forward. But if there's anything that these members want to say in support of the position of the association as it being the objector to the order, then we can deal with that when we give you a presentation a bit later on, if that all makes sense.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Okay, right, thank you. So I'll say a little bit before we get started, after the sort of the nature of the hearing today. We're set down for one day, and hopefully that should be enough to cover the issues on the agenda that's been circulated. The purpose of a hearing of this nature for those who are a bit less familiar with them, this is intended to be a sort of roundtable discussion, which formally is led by me, but people may want to contribute or make comments at various points. It's not a completely formal process. It's not a full public inquiry. There's no witness statements and leading of evidence and cross-examination. But if there's any issues arising from my perspective that I want to ask any questions, I'll obviously ask them, and I'm trying to be reasonably relaxed. If other people have any kind of indications of things they want to raise as well, just indicate or raise your hand in the usual way to attract your attention. As we go through, I do try and make these as informal as possible. There is a degree of formality to all of this because I need to have a fair opportunity to give people their say and to work within the kind of hearing system under the legislation. But I could say, if anybody at any time is uncomfortable or unclear about anything that's happening, just say, and we can accommodate that. If anybody wants a timeout for any reason, then again, just saying we can do that for what we're doing there. And it looks like Genevieve has joined us, and I'll maybe get her to introduce herself just in a second. The intention that I would have for this morning is that we would sit till 1 o'clock, then take a break from 1 till 2, and then return and sit again till 4 p.m. If needs be. As I say, I don't really know how long we'll need to discuss the issues. I learned an awful lot at the site visit last week, and that's all quite useful from my point of view. But because of the nature of online hearings, my general practice is to take a 5-10 minute break at around 11:30, when we can all get a cup of tea or something, or take a comfort break of some nature, and we can progress after that. So that's the sort of general structure of how the sort of timings of the day should go. My intention is not to seek from any parties any kind of formal closing submission at the end of this. If somebody wants to say something at the end of today to draw together their thoughts and make some final observations, I'm very happy for them to do so in brief form. But I'm not going to be looking to parties to make either a formal representation by way of closing submissions or indeed written submissions afterwards. That at least is how I'm looking at matters today. We'll see how matters progress. But my expectation and hope is that what we gather today, as taken with what I saw on the site visit last week, will be the final evidence gathering session of this examination, and then I'll write my report after that. So I'm going to invite any questions or anything I've said so far, but I'm seeing, as I say, Genevieve seems to have joined the call. Genevieve Chivers, I think, has joined the call, and if she would maybe just want to come off mute and introduce herself, and I can say a little bit about what we've covered so far without repeating all of it. It's sitting on mute just now, but she's sent the message that she doesn't have a working microphone, which is obviously slightly awkward. What I was saying, Genevieve, is that we're going to plan to have the hearing, which should last a day here. I understand you're phoning from far away, so the timings will make little or no sense to you, perhaps. But I'm also conscious of the fact that, according to my information, he made an objection to the order that was withdrawn on 26 December 2025, and so you're not actually an objector to the order. And she's typing something there just now. So if she is able to acquire a microphone, then it'd be useful to hear what she wants to say to the meeting, which feeling we would ask her, perhaps, if there is anything she would say, she would just tap it into an email. But she is, on my records at least, somebody who's no longer objecting to the order. So I don't know if anybody else has any questions on what I've said about the general structure and process of today. If they do, feel free to say so and come in just now. Which feeling I'll refer to the agenda, which was circulated and modified before. I think we've done the introductions, so I think we can go straight on to the agenda, to the second item, which is something I know has a slight quirk in this sort of order, and it relates to the compliance with the procedural requirements. Now, the promoter of the order it's made as it's described as and signed or given effect by the Scottish Government, but they have proceeded with this proposed order on a request from Nature Scot, and so the responsibilities for notification of all the relevant people fell to the Scottish Government rather than Nature Scot. And I just wanted to say, by way of opening comments, I'm always very keen to make sure that I'm satisfied that everybody who has an interest in the subject matter of the order was made aware and has been made aware of the order's existence. And there's provision under the Nature Conservation Act, Section 48, that required notification to be given to owners and occupiers. Notice is required to be given to the Community Council. I'll say a bit more about that in a second. As I say, I gave notice to a number of people, including Scottish Forestry and Highland Council and SEPA. And when I wrote out to all those who were advised to me as objectors on the 7th of April, I asked for any indications of anybody who might have been missed out, who might have a desire to have a say in this context. There was a request at one point that the Community Council become involved in this part of the process. The Community Council were advised, and I've double-checked, were advised at the time the order was made, but did not decide to enter into the process either in support or against the order. They have submitted a representation by their chair, Mr. Fotheringham, which I've accepted into the process. I've been seen on the website. There was a little bit of an ambiguity in some of the wording of all of that, and I gave Mr. Fotheringham a chance to attend this meeting to explain precisely what the position of the Community Council is, but they have written back since then. Again, this is on the website, confirming that they are fully supportive of the order. So hence Mr. Fotheringham will not be in attendance this morning. So I'm as satisfied as I can as of today that I can carry out this examination this morning, reporting on that basis. But I'll maybe turn to Mr. Ferguson first of all. I'm conscious of that slight unusual nature of the fact that the party who is primarily supporting the order and putting the order forward is not the party that made the order. But I don't know if Mr. Ferguson wants to say anything more about that just now for this part of the agenda.
Yes, sir. Hopefully the feedback issue from before has been resolved. So, as you noted, Nature Scot is a consultee on this application, but it also recommended to Scottish ministers that the order be made. The statutory requirements for notification and promoting the order are set out in Schedule 2. And I understand that Scottish Government have provided you with copies of the press notices and
yes,
other statutory requirements. So Nature Scot doesn't have any further comments on those statutory requirements. However, if you have any questions, we would be happy to address them as best we can.
Yeah, I don't have any specific questions. As I say, you're right. I've added indication of a newspaper advert locally, and of course, evidence that some people have made representations is shown by the fact that we're gathered here just now. My understanding, and it may be for environmental reasons, that there wasn't a site notice placed at the site, but I have had access to a spreadsheet which indicates quite a large number of people, some of who are present today, who were notified by the Scottish Government at the start of this process, and I'm satisfied in that regard. So I intend to proceed on that basis for this morning. So thank you for that. I've noticed that Genevieve has typed something in the chat bar, which I'll take a note of in the course of the break this morning, and so I've noted her position. She's welcome to carry on and listen to the rest of this, and she's on the call even if she can't contribute, and if she wants to, she can add something to the chat bar, but I'll note what she's saying there. So first of all, wanted to talk a little bit about the kind of background and generally the role of Nature Scot in the context of their responsibilities here. And again, I'll invite Mr. Ferguson maybe to bring in witnesses to talk about the role of Nature Scot, which I think was established back in 1991 in relation to triple SIs. I did notice, Mr. Ferguson, that there has been some recent legislation in 2026 in the Scottish Parliament in relation to the functions of Nature Scot, but I wasn't immediately seeing anything that changed anything relevant for the purpose of this examination that you or your witnesses can tell me if that's not the case. But I wondered if maybe for the benefit of other attendees and myself, you could maybe ask your witnesses to talk about the general role of Nature Scot in relation to triple SIs, and indeed what triple SI is for that matter.
Okay, thank you, sir. Karen Mitchell will address this particular section.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll cover first the role of Nature Scot with relation to the Nature Conservation Order, and then talk more generally about Nature Scot's role. Just hoping you can hear me well enough.
Yes.
Tell me to speak up if not. Nature Scot's role is, as you have said, to advise Scottish Government of the need for a nature conservation order. Other individuals or groups could equally do that. Scottish Government may decide not to follow our advice, but if they do follow our advice, it's for them to promote the order, as you've just described, including the newspaper advertisement, site notice, if any, if they decide to do one, and a mail shot to the owners and occupiers of the SSI. Nature conservation orders can only be made by the Scottish ministers for the purposes set out in Section 23 of the 2004 Act. And before making an order, the Scottish ministers must consult Nature Scot and have regard to any representation it makes. In practice, because Nature Scot's more closely involved in the management of triple SIs and other protected areas, the Scottish ministers often act on the recommendation or request of Nature Scot to make the nature conservation order, which is the situation we have here. However, Scottish ministers do seek their own legal advice before deciding whether to make any nature conservation order. The nature conservation order has effect on being made, and in this case that was the 30th of September 2025, with 3 months to make the representations. And it only ceases to have effect on the date on which decision not to confirm the order is made. So Scottish Government have 1 year from the 30th of September to confirm or not confirm the nature conservation order. Scottish Government can also revoke or amend the nature conservation at any time, and they should be reviewing it every 6 years. So that covers our interaction with the nature conservation order, and I'll just go on to talk a bit more about our wider role to set the context, if that's helpful.
Yes, please. Yeah, absolutely.
So Scottish Natural Heritage, which operates as Nature Scot, are Scotland's statutory nature conservation body. We were established under the Natural Heritage Scotland Act 1991. Our statutory functions include at Section 21A of the 91 Act, the provision of advice to the Secretary of State or any other minister on the development and implementation of policies for or affecting the natural heritage in Scotland. We're also responsible under Section 3 of the 2004 Act for the notification of triple SIs, being sites of special scientific interest. And these triple SIs are areas of land or water that we consider best represent our natural heritage in terms of their flora, fauna, geology, geomorphology, or a mix of any of the above.
So did you say 1991 Act there, or 2004 Act, Section 3? You mentioned Section 3. Section
3 of the 2004 Act.
Of the 2004 Act, thank you.
Owners and occupiers of land in a triple SI must apply to Nature Scot for consent before carrying out any operation listed on the site's operations requiring consent list. Nature Scot must also be consulted by other regulatory bodies when they exercise any of their regulatory powers that might damage any site of special scientific interest. In addition, local planning authorities must consult Nature Scot on any planning applications that could affect triple SI. From February 2025, earlier this year, all applications for consent are now placed on a portal called Informed Decision. If people don't have availability to electronic access, they can submit these in paper format as well. Changes in owner, occupiers or other interests in a SSSI is carried out as follows. If you dispose of all or part of your interest in a SSSI, you must tell NatureScot of the change and tell the person acquiring the interest about the SSSI within 28 days of the change. You must do the same if you become aware of a different or additional occupier of your land within the SSSI. And this is to prevent new owners and occupiers unwittingly damaging protected natural features. We don't legally have to notify new owners or occupiers that should happen at the point of sale, when they acquire the interest in the land. The SSSI register makes SSSI legal documents freely and easily available to the legal profession and others in order to perform these checks. NatureScot also monitors the condition of features within SSSIs and other protected areas, and we have powers to enter into management agreements with land managers for the conservation of these features. Where we identify damage to features, NatureScot works with the relevant land managers to remediate the damage or seek enforcement under various provisions of the 2004 Act. This can include via criminal proceedings or orders such as the nature conservation order situation we have here. And all the documentation for sites of special scientific interest that include the site management statements, citations, maps, and operations requiring consent are all available on our website as well as the site link. And that's the end of my piece, which is also pretty much as noted in the statement of case. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I think it's the case that NatureScot and Scottish Government, they're different legal persons, so though they're both public bodies, they operate entirely independently from each other. And I think you've indicated the role that NatureScot has imposed by the 1991 Act under Section 2 and elsewhere. Is that correct?
It is, sir. Yes.
Yeah. You've done so in this context. Anybody any questions they want to ask of NatureScot about that overarching duty that they have in terms of protection of SSSIs and the natural environment? If not, I'll maybe just move on then to the next issues, which relate more specifically, I think, to the history of the SSSI in this particular area. And this is item 4 on the agenda, a little bit about the geological and paleoenvironmental history and the history of the site use that's there. Now, obviously, some of the context of what has occurred or appears to have occurred on the site was seen by me at the site visit last week. But I'd invite NatureScot to talk about the history of this particular SSSI again, but you can do it under reference to the statement of case that sets out reasonably clearly what the background of it is. But it'd be useful just to put on the record the history of this particular SSSI and the way in which it developed. I'll ask you a little bit about variation changes over the years, but if their witness is possibly the same witness wants to speak about that just now.
Rachel McCarroll will start to answer this question.
Thank you.
We'll follow up with some further detail.
Thank you.
Morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me all right.
Morning. Yeah.
So Acklebaban lies within the parallel roads of Lochaber SSSI, and it's around a 15,000 hectare site notified for its Quaternary of Scotland and fluvial geomorphology of Scotland features. And it's a classic geosite for ice dam lake shorelines, which are the parallel roads itself and the associated features. It was originally notified in 1964 and subsequently re-notified in 1981 and 1988. And in fact, as recently as August of 2024, the parallel roads of Glenroy were recognised as one of the world's top geology sites by the International Union of Geological Sciences. The SSSI documents were last reviewed by NatureScot in 2010 under the Nature Conservation 2004 Act. And at this point, all landowners in our records were contacted, and we understand that this included the Landowners Act at this time. So as Karen explained, all SSSIs have a list of operations requiring consent and process by which to apply for these via NatureScot. And there are 4 operations requiring consent for this site. And these have been identified as being activities that are likely to damage the natural features for which the site is designated. And here they include the dumping, spreading or discharge of any materials except fertilizers, lime and manure, the extraction of minerals including sand, gravel, topsoil or subsoil, the construction, removal or destruction of tracks, walls, fences, hard stands, banks, ditches or other earthworks, or the laying, maintenance or removal of pipelines and cables above or below ground. And finally, they include the modification of natural or man-made features. But there's many different land uses across the SSSI that include farming, crofting, forestry operations, use as a transport conduit, tourism, which is growing, villages, houses, and sand and gravel quarrying, most of which largely predate notification. And the development of these is carefully managed through our consents process and planning to ensure that developments don't have an adverse effect on the integrity of the SSSI. The land specifically Achnab Ban until around 20 years ago was largely commercial forestry with a small development of houses. And over recent years, the development of houses have expanded. Much of the forestry has been felled and in some places restocked. The development of houses consented through the planning system and forestry operations consented through Scottish Forestry has been assessed on a case-by-case basis, taking into account the cumulative impacts of these developments to ensure that they don't have an adverse effect on the integrity of the SSSI. Unconsented development has occurred, and this, in combination with the consented development, has adversely impacted the integrity of the SSSI through the damage that we highlighted in our statement of case. And Christina can expand on that if required. There has been an increase in tourism and development pressure across the SSSI since COVID, and that has included more implications for development, including accommodation such as pods and cabins for short-term lets. And at Achnab Ban, groundworks has been completed on many plots before any application for development. Therefore, there's been no opportunity to strategically guide these developments and prevent impacts, including cumulative impacts on the SSSI.
Well, that's helpful. And on that, I think you said the status was last reviewed in 2010.
Yes.
Would you expect there to be a general review, bearing in mind these different pressures? And I'm particularly thinking of tourism pressures in 2010, a little while ago. Presumably the world has changed quite a lot since 2010, not just in this area, but in the Highlands more generally, as to how that would be reviewed. And I'm thinking here particularly of operations requiring consent, whether that's something that was that last reviewed in 2010, or is that something that's under kind of ongoing review?
That was part of the nature conservation review that happened in 2010. The operations requiring consent were reviewed.
Yeah. Okay. And is it fair to say that, in very broad terms, what you described there of the operations that would require consent, kind of effectively mirror image paragraph 3 of the Nature Conservation Order, which is the description of prohibited operations? Prohibited, in other words, you don't do it unless you've got consent. Is that a fair characterisation, or is that not quite right?
Quite understanding.
Sorry, it's when you're describing the things that require consent, I'm just trying to piece together in my mind that the Nature Conservation Order, paragraph 3, has a description of prohibited operations. Yes. These are prohibited in terms of what the legislation means. And so it is effectively what you're saying is, if you want to do any of these things that are there, in order to be allowed to do so, you would have to get the consent of Nature Scot, so they would be operations requiring consent. They're otherwise prohibited unless you get consent. And then you have a consent process.
Do you mean, sir, if the operations requiring consent were extended to cover the prohibited operations under the order?
Yeah. Because
under the order, there wouldn't be scope for consent to the prohibited operations. The key difference, one key difference between the SSSI regime and the NCO regime is that under the NCO regime, there is not scope for consent in the same way as there is operations requiring consent.
Okay, so that's helpful. That's really what I'm driving at. So a question really is, if you're in a position where you've got that list in Article 3 of the prohibited operations, and you wanted to come along and say, I actually think I should have permission to do so, but forget planning and forestry, which we'll come to a little bit later on, and there is actually a reasonable case to be allowed to do so, and if Nature Scot didn't oppose that, how would a landowner be able to do the things that they're requesting, or is that just prohibited because they're in that list in paragraph 3?
Yes, they would be prohibited unless they were authorised under a separate regulatory regime covered by one or more of the exemptions in paragraph 4, I think, the order.
Yeah. Yes. And most of those are, as I say, planning and forestry. Here with forestry impacts are a little bit later on. Okay, sorry, I was cutting across somebody, but then Dean's got his hand up. So whoever was about to speak, just speak. Then I'll bring in Dean.
Yeah, I think, Paul, that you've hit on one of the key areas there in terms of that ability to seek consent. This particular order has now drawn a complete line across that, and it's interesting. I appreciate what our colleagues from Nature Scot were saying there. There has previously been development and consent over quite a significant period of time, leading to the construction of, I think, at least 27 houses on this site and other developments that have all up to this point been perfectly consented, given permission, and developed. And suddenly we're at the point where and they said, sorry, to quote my colleagues there, they said these were handled on a case-by-case basis. Well, they were all handled on a case-by-case basis, and they were all approved. We're now at the point where we're not being handled on a case-by-case basis, and as you identified there, we can't even apply for consent because the NCO prevents that. So I think I just want to reinforce what you've just highlighted there as being a significant critical point here.
Yeah. I mean, well, I'd like to come a little bit later on to the issue about the interaction with planning and forestry, but it's certainly one of the issues in my mind that if something is prohibited and isn't covered by those regimes, just to get an understanding of what Nature Scot would do when in looking at their operations requiring consent, so that it's useful to understand that, and it may be sensible to go on to look at the kind of rationale for the development of the order, and in particular what the relatively recent use that's given rise to the need for the order. And again, maybe Nature Scot can say a little bit about how they became aware that the site has, in their view, required to have these restrictions put into place.
So the Woods will address this.
Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone. Yeah, so the main concern with the level of development and in particular earthworks at Achnababan area of this SSSI is cumulative impacts. Achnababan lies in the sort of most westerly part of this site, which is a sensitive part of the site that we know to be where the biggest ice dam that dammed the lake in Upper Glenspian and into Glenroy itself, where the parallel roads are most striking, and also in Glengloy. An ice dam sat across this part of the valley and held those lakes back. And a lot of the landforms in this SSSI relate to the catastrophic drainage of the lakes underneath that retreating ice margin across this part of the Speen Valley. We know this because there are a series of cross-valley moraines in this area, which are banks of sediment that are left behind by an ice margin retreating. There are a number of other landforms across this area as well that relate to meltwater fluxes coming off the ice margin that leave a series of fans, more subtle features in the landscape than the striking cross-valley moraines. So we know that this Achnababan area is potentially of interest, not just in its landform shape, so the features that you see as you look around, which might be mounds or flat-topped raised banks, but also in the subsurface interest, which is in this SSSI all the way down to bedrock, would be of interest to the modern quaternary scientist. And so this part of the site has never been studied in any huge amount of detail using modern techniques in quaternary science, and there's been some major developments in terms of the types of tool available to us to understand what is in the sediments that were left by this retreating ice margin. We have geophysical techniques that can, in a very sophisticated way, image the subsurface sediment layers in terms of any structures within them. The frequency of the radar that we use can tell us a little bit about what they're likely comprised of without us having to have a visible exposure. And also any structures within the sediments in terms of faulting or folding, which can tell us about the behaviour of the ice margin. Was it retreating all in one go, or did it advance and retreat, letting us know that the climate was still fluctuating a great deal? And from these things, along with ways to date the sediments, so pollen grains, plant macrofossils that can be radiocarbon dated, as well as developments in the ability to detect microscopic volcanic ash deposits in quaternary sediments that usually relate to actually Icelandic volcanic eruptions that can form really important stratigraphic markers across Europe. So it offers us ways to constrain events in a site like this that was experiencing very rapid climatic fluctuations, and that has relevance to modern ice sheets and the way they're behaving in the current warming phase that our climate is in. So that's why this part of the site is important. And over time, as we've tried to accommodate as best we can without compromising the interests here and the accessibility and visibility and the integrity of these deposits through consented developments, we now feel that the consented developments and, in addition, this huge area of earthworks that we didn't know about for quite a while, that in combination, that has led to a loss of integrity of some of those deposits, making it more challenging for us to really facilitate quaternary scientists to study this area. And that's why we've sought a nature conservation order to try and limit any further damage. We accept that there's damage. It will be more difficult for scientists to interpret those sediments because they've been disturbed already. But what's left is still very much of interest. From the one site visit that I've been on to the area, it's important to note that there are lake sediments in this area that tells us that the ice dammed lake in Glen, which was the largest of the lake systems, came right up into that area. So those sediments may well hold clues to the retreat behaviour of that ice margin. And, you know, whether the ice margin was floated, grounding, all of that is really important to people who are trying to model ice sheet behaviour during periods of rapid climate change. So that's why this area of the site is really important, and why we would like to take the steps to limit any further damage to it. And that includes visibility of what's left. So geophysical techniques and remote sensing techniques such as drone photogrammetry require a clear view across the landscape and accessibility to the sediments that are subsurface. It's not all about the landform. A lot of the landform at Agnababan has already been lost as a result of the earthworks that have been undertaken through the unconsented works here. We've got landforms that are truncated, flattened, and sediments that are potentially soft lake sediments like clays that have been compacted through vehicles driving over it, diggers. And so, yeah, the main priority for us has been to limit further damage, and that's where the nature conservation order has come from.
Fine, just noting that down there. I've got a couple of questions, but I see Gary's got his hand up as well, so I'll bring him first to ask his question, and then I'll ask my questions, and then Dean after that. Gary.
Thank you for the context and everything. I just had a couple of questions. So you're talking very much in depth about kind of potential research. Is there any current research going on in this area regarding everything that you've just mentioned?
Yes, there's a couple of university groups actually from down south who are continuing to work in this part of the SSSI. I know of one group that are planning specifically to look at the Agnababan area because it's a bit of a gap in our like certainly in our chronologies. There's opportunities to take sediment cores from this area and look for deep basin sediments where we might be able to constrain temporarily the behaviour of the ice margin here. That's not been done yet. and we want to try and preserve that opportunity for those groups as best we can. Just across towards the sort of Lundy Channel, if any of you know that area, it's just to the south of Achnababan. There was a paper published there in 2021, I think, by a professor called Andy Russell, and that looked at ground penetrating radar surveys of an area of lake outwash deposits from the lake draining down the Lundy Channel, which is not too far at all from the Achnababan area. It's just a couple of kilometres away. So yes, it is very much an active scientific laboratory, this whole SSSI for quaternary scientists. It's a very unique site in a British context, and a lot of university groups are using it for ongoing research.
Your follow-up? Yep. Do you have a follow-up for that? Any further questions? I'm going to ask a similar question. I should ask in a minute, but I should say in a minute. But you go first if you've anything more to say.
So the works in what you're trying to find subsurface, is there any definitive depth to this type of research? Because you're saying things about diggers and land works, and I can imagine for anybody that's got land, the works that have been done wouldn't be to a great depth. So the subsurface, is this all just under the surface, or are we talking much deeper where there would be a lot more conservation required?
You tend to find with quaternary deposits that the overlying drift deposits are variable in their depth. And in a quaternary site, those deposits are important all the way down to the bedrock. So we don't actually know how deep the deposits are at Achnababan. We just know that in terms of what the Marines are telling us about that part of the site, that's where the ice margin sat as it dammed these big lakes. We know that there's likely to be things of interest subsurface there. In terms of depth, what you would look for sampling of the quaternary sediments is any deep basins. They tend to be sort of kettle hole deposits. Sometimes they can be an actual little pond that's a remaining kettle hole, but other times they can be an infilled basin. So to look at on the ground, you wouldn't know it's really deep deposits under there, but a radar survey would tell you what sort of depth you're looking at. And where you do have a deeper sedimentary record, that's the areas that a scientist would be looking to core with a corer, and they take that back to the laboratory and look for organic matter in there that can be radiocarbon dated, or looking for tephra deposits, and that helps constrain temporarily when those sediments were laid down. And the problem with the earthworks at Achnababan is obviously those sediments in the upper layers have become jumbled up or disturbed. And unfortunately with quaternary like relic landform sites like this, where the processes that formed those deposits are no longer active today, like we don't have any glaciers there, though you can't recreate that, you can't mitigate it, you can't put it back. So once it's disturbed, it's damaged. And that's why the problems here with the scale of earthworks is so significant, because it represents a big loss in the original sedimentary record. Hopefully that answers.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I've just got one more question. Sorry for hogging.
No, please do.
So I think my only final question would be, what is the ultimate aim and purpose of this research? Like, what groundbreaking discoveries and mass effects to our lives and stuff would this have in regards to everything that you're researching there?
Yeah, it's a fair question. It probably seems like quite niche, but it's absolutely crucial to understanding of modern ice sheets, such as the Greenland ice sheet and its behaviour as it responds to the current rapid warming trend. The end of this mini ice age that affected mostly the West Highlands of Scotland that formed sort of about 13,000 to 11,500 years ago. Is when these landforms and these lake systems formed. It was a very rapid descent into an ice age and a very rapid warming out of an ice age that formed this system. And that's relevant in terms of, can we use how fast the ice margin retreated on a Scottish scale ice sheet to understand the behaviour of modern ice sheets, such as some in the Canadian high Arctic that are responding very quickly to the current human-induced climate warming that we see today. So it comes down to basically ice sheet modelling, which is our only way to kind of project how ice sheets will behave as the climate continues to warm. And the only thing we've really got to go on is how have past ice sheets and behaved, and can we constrain that temporarily to understand better how our current ice sheets are likely to respond going forwards. And that has implications for all of us in terms of changes to the ocean circulation from massive meltwater fluxes in the Arctic as those ice masses waste, and also obviously sea level rise as another consideration. So that's why this is researched. Basically, it all feeds into that evidence base for understanding modern climate systems and ice sheet retreat.
Thank you. Begin, Dean, and then Eva's got a question after that.
Thank you, Paul. And I certainly don't want to denigrate or minimise what Nature Scott are saying about the importance of the geomorphology here. It's a subject that I've got some interest in personally and studied in my younger days. However, I think there are contexts here and precedents that we would like considered in terms of our own cases in particular. If we're talking about a triple SI that dates back to, original conception perhaps in the 60s, reviewed in 81, 88, 2004, 2010, with all the significance that has just been very eloquently put there, we've then got the contradiction, if you like, of all this consented development continuing right through until 2023 even, without really any challenge, it seems, or any of this importance being taken into account. So much so that some areas of the farm have been removed from triple SI, and the boundaries of the triple SI have been changed so that some of these properties are exempt and out of it. So we've just got that inconsistency, I think, in terms of application of what we're saying is important. Then I would also want to consider the fact that this has been an active working farm over hundreds of years. It was said at the beginning, it's mostly been commercial forestry. And the reality of commercial forestry is that's extremely destructive already. Large areas of this site have got mature Sitka spruce on it, 40, 50 years old. That land has been churned up already by machinery and by equipment predating the triple SI. So some of the modern damage, yes, of course, it's not good. We've seen it as well. We're not responsible for it. We acknowledge it and recognise it's a bad thing and shouldn't have happened. But there's historic damage that we probably can't even measure that goes back to the natural workings of this farm over time. And I don't know how much of that can be considered when it comes to maybe there are areas that are genuinely still pristine and should be subject to an NCO and proper protection. And maybe there are areas where we go back to what Nature Scott said previously, which could be considered on a case-by-case basis and looked at in a different way, because the nature of what's being preserved and saved is different to what our colleagues there are saying really needs to be saved for further study, and what actually cannot be saved anymore. And I think, given the precedents and the context that are already there, I really want that to be considered, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring in Eva, then I've got some questions that will draw some of this together.
Hiya, thank
Hi,
you.
Eva. Hi, morning.
Hi, morning, everyone. I just wanted to agree with what Dean's points were. And I wanted to also add that each plot of land is very different from the other in case of what it is. So some is commercial woodland, some is gravel pot plots that have been laid on top, different stones and groundwork. None of the plots are the same. Each ones are different. And I just wanted to mention, it doesn't make much sense to me personally, because some of the, like my woodlands, for instance, is a commercial woodland. It's obviously be planted by humans. It's not, as far as I'm aware, native trees, but I might be wrong with the native tree aspect, but it's been planted by humans is the fact. And it obviously is designated as commercial. So it doesn't make any sense to me that it would be a commercial woodland and also protected, because how can I then potentially grow trees, cut them down, sell them when I can't touch them because it's because it's protected. To me, this kind of conflicts with each other. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. That's great, thank you. I was going to ask a couple of questions actually, which kind of effectively are in the same territory as Gary and Dean's questions there. So I'll put them, and they're maybe a slightly different take on them. But the first of which is a variation of Dean's point, and going back to the 1964 designation. I've heard what's been said about things have changed in 1964 clearly, and I suppose that the question is in my mind is that if it was designated in 1964 as a site of great geological value, the owners of the land just now, obviously many of them recent owners, but the owners just now, they've kind of waited quite a long time for Nature Scot to be doing or thinking about doing the work of the future-facing paleo-environmental work that's been talked about just now. I think that's partly been answered as to how procedures have changed and techniques have changed, but it's actually sat as a designated site without any of this research work being done for a really very, very long time, 60 years odds. And I guess my question in trying to look at the kind of balance of fairness in all of this is how much longer must the owners wait effectively for Nature Scot and other scientists to be doing this kind of research and have impacts on their land while the research remains simply planned as opposed to being given effect to?
I can come in on that point.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
Scott has no real control over who carries out research in the site. That's up to research groups who are like the working research groups from down south on the site, who have actually worked across the site for decades in various different parts of the site.
Okay.
That's them that bid for funding to take forward research there, and Nature Scot doesn't really have any input into that. We don't steer the research in the site. We often have conversations with them and occasionally join them on a site visit when they're up in the area. But yeah, we have no control over that. We just have to protect the SSSI as a whole and ensure that it's there as that laboratory for scientific study. We don't control that. I would say that the other points I think stem from questioning how decisions have been made on what developments go ahead. And I think historically, the site for quaternary scientists, the geomorphology in the site, so the land forms, are so striking that the early protections for the site really focused on the striking land forms. Whereas as quaternary science has evolved, we now have these techniques that can image and sample in a laboratory the subsurface areas of the site. So I would say hotspots for research have shifted away from the striking geomorphology, which was kind of done to bits in the sort of 70s, 80s, 90s. That was more in Glenroy itself, parts of the Furset area, which has striking flat top deltas that you can see from the main road. I think it's really shifted away from that now to much more sophisticated geophysical and drone-mounted imaging, along with LiDAR, and looking at the subsurface in more detail. And that's really helped to constrain the events of the site.
So what's LiDAR? Can you explain what LiDAR is?
LiDAR's
I'm not familiar.
LiDAR's a form of radar. It can image land surface and elevation, like surface elevation. I think there's a survey ongoing across the whole Scottish landmass at the moment that's been funded by Scottish Government. Historically, LiDAR surveys have been focused on coastal change because it's a very useful tool for that, but quaternary scientists also use it to image landforms, especially where they're more subtle. So the Ashbaban area, there are big cross valley moraines that are quite striking. Those are really obvious, like linear mounds across the area, but there are other structures in the subsurface, like faults and folds within the sediments under there that tell us about glacial behaviour without actually being visible at the surface. And I think historically, Nature Scot's probably made decisions based on the geomorphology, because that's what all the research was on, because these other techniques didn't exist, whereas now we have these other techniques come into play, and we know that our groups that are focusing on the subsurface parts of the site that are not striking geomorphologically. So I think that's been the change in how we deal with development applications, is we're much more cautious to protect the subsurface, even in areas that are subtle.
That's simple. I mean, I understand techniques and skills and ability to do these things, understandings develop over years. I'm certainly not trying to suggest that 1964 understanding should be applied now. The world has moved on significantly, but nevertheless, it's still, I guess, a potential source of frustration for the landowners who are not even being told now. I know it is beyond your control, the research, and I understand that, but they're not even being told now that this is research that will happen in the imminent future. We just don't know, and techniques will move on further. So but I understand what you're saying about the fact techniques have moved on, and the wider value that can be had from looking at this, in looking at climate change elsewhere. Gary also raised a question. I thought he was going to be developing some thoughts about even when this research does actually, that when groundwork starts getting done, and presumably get it done in such a way that doesn't damage the features that caused the designation in the first place. I think part of what he was saying, I think, or I took what he was saying, is related to some worries about what the impacts are on his ownership rights as and when that happens. So how can Nature Scotland, when the research does take place eventually, how can that minimise the impact on his land and the land of others? How can that be done in such a way that allows people to enjoy the peaceful possession of their land that they're entitled to, and with minimal intrusion? I don't know if you want to speak about that bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, the main techniques that we would use for an area like that would initially be a survey, probably by drone photogrammetry. So that wouldn't really affect landowners particularly, but for that to be a successful survey to give the maximum amount of information, you would need the site to be clear of dense forestry and also structures. So pods, huts, caravans, that sort of thing, would impede the success of such a photogrammetry survey. The other surveys that would tend to be used would be obviously walking around the site on foot. There's no replacement for that in quaternary science. You have to get out on the site and look at what's on the ground. And the ability to survey an area, being able to contextualize landforms in their surroundings. So being able to look across a site and see landforms together. So often you find that the landforms have a lineation in the landscape. So you look across and you see that the mound that you're standing on lines up with that one over there. And if your view across the landscape is blocked by structures or dense trees, then you lose that. And that's damaging to the visibility of the features. The other techniques would be geophysical survey by ground penetrating radar. And usually that would be mounted on some sort of a sled pulled by a quad bike or something like that. And that's been done, I mentioned earlier, in the Lundy area, but also in various parts of Furset and Glenroy. That technique's been utilised there. So it's not particularly intrusive, it's just that we need the site to be clear so that transects can be done by a radar, rather than having to weave around lots of buildings or other structures.
Okay, that got itself. I'm going to bring Nancy in a minute because her hand's been up very patiently for a few minutes. Just want to ask one further question before I bring Nancy in on this. I guess one of the questions really is for that issue of levels of intrusion and levels of damage that have occurred already. What I'm hearing a bit from what Dean's saying, and it didn't quite fit with what I was told on the site last week, is a suggestion that the geological value of the site is already so diminished that it's no longer worth preserving. That's what some people at least on site were saying last week. Dean was saying something maybe slightly different. He thought there might have been some degradation in some areas, but there might have been some that are areas where there's still a degree of value still left. I think what I took Nature's got to be saying is that they believe there remains value. And so I just want to explore a bit on the suggestion that the site is so degraded now that it's now just simply not worth preserving. I just wonder what your view is. There's two inconsistent bits of evidence there, but generally what your view is on that aspect.
Just before the Nature Scott witness,
yes, course, Peter.
There is one point to distinguish, and we may come on to this later, and that's to do with whether or not a restoration order or a restoration notice would make any positive difference. And for the most part, that wouldn't be the case. So the damage which has been caused so far can't be remediated.
Yes.
For the reasons explained in the statements of case. However, that doesn't mean that there isn't remaining value to be protected. And I'll ask Nature Scott to comment further.
I'm conscious, as I said at the site for the last week, that's a very, very valid point, is that there's one question about what can be restored or whether the damage is irreversible. But as I understand it, nature conservation itself, in itself, does not place obligations on the landowners because of by virtue of the order to restore land. That's a different process, and as you say, may or may not be possible on the factual circumstances, as I understand it.
Indeed. As Nature Scott will explain, that the existing damage in many ways has made the position on the ground more vulnerable to damage. So I'll let the experts speak on that.
Yeah. Detail in recent years using the modern techniques, it's impossible to answer as to just how important this part of the wider SSSI assemblage this part of the site is, but it is within the SSSI. We know it's a sensitive location where the ice was damming a lake. We don't quite know the extent of that lake. We don't know how far towards Fort William that lake actually expanded. But survey of that area, including the areas that are already damaged, could tell us and allow us to map much more accurately how extensive that lake system was. And also there may be features in the remaining sediments, if there are lake sediments underneath some of those hard standing plots, that might have clues in them as to whether or not the ice margin was grounded at that time, which means that the glacier was still sitting on the floor, or was the lake so deep and so extensive that the ice margin was actually floating and carving off icebergs into the lake. And when that happens, you tend to get things like drop stones into the sedimentary records that have fallen from an ice sheet. And you can tell by the way those are bedded into the lake, annually laminated lake sediments, that those stones were dropped. So there may be clues as to the behaviour of the retreating Speen Glacier locked up in those sediments, but we don't know yet. So here we use the precautionary principle because it's part of the SSSI, in a sensitive part of the site. We have to just make sure that there's no further loss to that part of the sedimentary record because it has not been fully explored yet by any scientific groups to our knowledge.
Thank you. I've got a couple more questions, but Nancy's been waiting very patiently with her hand up. So I'll bring her in just now, and then I've got a couple further more questions. But Nancy.
Hi, it's a question for the professor. It's not so much a question. I won't waffle. I'll be very brief. Looking at the sediment from the surface, rather than the geomorphological bigger picture going back thousands of years, I'm thinking also about the soil as it has existed from a flora and fauna point of view, linking into the wider geomorphological picture. And I'm wondering, and maybe these are key questions that forestry experts can answer later today. For example, the acidification of the soil through commercial forestry, how has that been affecting the history of the flora and fauna, which I would imagine, like the geology, is very specific to this site because of the historical formation of the sediment and the ice sheets and everything else. So I'm thinking from a paleo point of view, because what has been happening, I would imagine commercially, has caused damage that may not now be retrievable for anybody who is interested in scientific research. And it seems to be that has only recently built up a head of steam, possibly promoted by changes in software and digital technology. I'm not really making a point, I'm waffling, so I'm just going to stop here.
No, don't worry. I get the point you're making, yes, I understand that. Yeah, well, thank you. And Gary?
Sorry, I did retract because my questions then became probably points that are probably more relevant at a later point with, changes to the order and whatnot. It's just I was seeing some between the answers that Nature Scott's given and then the question between the landowners, Dean, and I'm not part of the association, but I'm a landowner myself. There seems to be a bit of inconsistency in a way, so maybe there is just a point to interject later on, more so with changes to the order that are more on a site-to-site basis, plot-to-plot basis, case-to-case basis. Just because I'm aware of like things like LiDAR, just through things I'm interested in myself, I am in no way, and I'd like to make clear, I'm professional. It's just a very habitual interest of authors and researchers like David Hancock and Graham Hancock, and other kind of authors, if you like. So I'm more aware of like kind of LiDAR and these, and then also the ones that Nature Scotland brought to view, that there is a bit of hypocrisy in some aspect between that and also the previous commercial activity, whereas on a smaller scale, landowners are almost kind of paying a bit of an umbrella based price based upon that, and it's just I'll speak about it later on. I think it's more relevant, but I would just like to interject with that point just now.
Okay, no, that's helpful. And when we get a little bit later on, and I'll bring Martin from Scottish Forestry in, I'd like to explore a little bit later some of those interactions, particularly what you've mentioned, forestry, as the extent to which the forestry work on site has had an impact, and to what extent can regulation through forestry legislation achieve a similar end to what Nature's Got are trying to do in this order. So we'll come back to that point a bit later. I'll bring in Dean just now.
Yeah, just a very quick question that occurred to me while Nature Scott were talking there. If there were requests to come and do research by whatever university or organisation and so on this land, I'm assuming that would need consent and permission from the landowner to access it, to do the LiDAR, the ground penetrating radar, core samples, whatever it is. Actually, if we are landowners and this site belongs to us, then these research organisations would need our permission to access the land and to carry that out. Would that be true?
Nature's Got one to comment on that.
So I can answer that. So yes, we would normally request landowner permission on their behalf, or the research bodies might come to yourselves directly.
Okay.
But normally come via ourselves and consent process.
And my point is one of collaboration and working together. Obviously, that was what we really established our association to do, was to work with. And I think we've ended up in a slightly more adversarial situation here, which isn't helpful. And if that's one of the future aims going forward, I just make that point because I think there needs to be a certain amount of collaboration and compromise here. If something like that is something that is going to be taking place in the future and is a serious consideration, then actually working with the landowners is something that perhaps we should consider.
Absolutely. Can I just come in on a further point, which I think is really important to highlight here as well, because we're focusing a lot on the sort of the research side of things, but it's quite important. And if you look at the documentation that's included in the Nature Scott statement of case, so the conservation management statement for the site says that the two conservation objectives are to maintain the physical integrity of the landform assemblages within the site. So that's maintaining them as is, protecting the feature as is, and to maintain or enhance the visibility and accessibility of the landforms and sediments. So that's allowing further access. So it's not just all around being able to do further research. It's protecting the feature as is, because that's why it was notified, for its importance and for its landforms and geomorphological interest. So it's a twofold sort of plan for the site, and I think it's just quite key that we actually bring that out here in discussions.
I think geotourism has been a big deal for the Lochaber economy. We did have a geopark in Lochaber, which sadly didn't continue its funding and ceased to exist. But there are a number of owner-occupiers in the site who run B&Bs or other accommodations, and they always talk about how people come to visit the parallel roads of Lochaber and just walk around the site and try and understand it. And sometimes that includes like informal geological interest groups from all of the UK. So it's not just research, sampling, survey, it's people coming to look at the landforms and just go for a walk in the site and try and understand what they're looking at from a sort of amateur point of view, or from a tourism point of view. So it's important that we maintain access for that reason as well.
Presumably people doing that couldn't, just taking Dean's point, they presumably couldn't just wander over the site just as geotourists, and presumably at risk of doing damage to the site if they did it in an uncontrolled kind of way. But I take the general point is there's almost certainly much more interest in geotourism now perhaps than there has been in the past. Right, Eva, and then I'll ask a couple of questions on back to the history of the site, but Eva first.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention that surely our plots of land are not very significant when it comes to the size, because I think it was mentioned that the plots of land, the land itself is thousands of miles, if I'm correct, of SSSI. Am I correct with that? So
5%. I think I read something that says it's 5%. The nature conservation area is 5% of the entire SSSI designated for this purpose. I think you're right, as I understand it.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. But yes, I just wanted to mention that bits of land like mine exist. It's a half an acre, sorry, of woodland. It's a very small part of the SSSI. So I was wondering, what's the significance of protecting something that Nature Scotland has also mentioned that has already had damage to the point that it's irreversible? My question is, plots of land like mine and others where the damage has already been done already in history, what's the point of protecting it further is my question. And obviously the plots of land in my viewpoint are a very small part of the SSSI. So I wonder how significant it is to protect something that's already been lost and protect something that's already a very, very, very small part and not as significant as the wider areas. I would maybe ask and say.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's hold that question because I'm going to come to a similar question a little bit later on. But if I don't go back to it, please, Eva, remind me that I've not gone back to it. But it's a question related to that is on my list of questions. So I can't make sure that we get that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to actually ask, I think, 3 questions as a follow-up to this. Then we might take a break, and then I'll explain where I think we need to go next after that. The first is just a factual question, just from my understanding is correct. Is in terms of the legislation, the nature conservation area, it can be of a larger area or area not included in the SSSI. Legislation permits that, but my understanding is the nature conservation area is all within the SSSI. There's no bit of it that's out with, and that's certainly my understanding. If that's not the case, somebody can tell me. So that's the first point. The second is something that just echoing some things that were mentioned. There were different kind of personal recollections on the site visit last week as to when the SSSI was designated, and questions as to whether the size and shape of the SSSI has changed over time. And this may be partly an echo of wider development as to whether it's been modified or changed. There was a suggestion that the kind of, I don't know how you describe it, as a village or a settlement of Snowbabine, as it's developed. There was a suggestion that's been taken out the SSSI, where the kind of the main core of the village actually is, and there's been various exclusions have been built in to the SSI because of past development. But again, just because it was mentioned on the site visit, I don't know if Nature Scotland, whether you can say anything about that broader history as to whether over time the SSI itself has varied in size and shape. If you don't know, just say you don't know. I mean, it may be something you're just not familiar with the answer to, but it was just something that was said on site.
So we do have that information. I'm not sure if you want the explanation at this stage before the break or following the break. And
I mean, if you've got an explanation just now, we can do that. Then I've just one other question, and we can take a break.
Yeah, I have some information. I don't have the full picture. I know that in 1988, when the site was re-notified under the 1981 Act, there was a decrease of 2,000 hectares of the site. I'm not sure of the behind that. There is the area Achterbeban, which is cut out from the SSI, where there is.
Yes, absolutely. That's mainly it, I think. Yeah.
I'm not clear if that was part of that decrease in area, but I know that when you look back at the historic maps of the site, that there's an area that pretty much matches that exact shape that's reflected on historic maps that predate designation, where there was the existing kind of farm or a land holding. And certainly within other areas of the SSI, when the site was designated, often areas like that were excluded because they were sites of existing development, whether that was farm buildings, so it could relate to that.
Okay. I mean, I don't think anything turns in a particular. I'm just thinking of what was said to me on site about the kind of the really ancient historical context that this was basically one farm with presumably one farmhouse or series of farmhouses. It's a small settlement, but it's clearly a bigger settlement now than it was. But I don't think anything significant on that. I just was trying to reconcile in my own mind some of the personal recollections of some people, Mr. McGregor Senior in particular, on site from all of that. But I can see that that's something that kind of changes over time. And just my last question before the break was just to ask Nature Scott, just this is linked again perhaps with the question about what is done in relation to past planning applications, is just say a little bit about how the current worries and concerns about damage to the site became known to them and when. I think some of that's in the statement of case.
Just before we answer the third question, your first question was whether the NCO was fully within the SSI, and that is indeed the case.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer as to when
yes, of course.
we became aware of damage. And it was in 2023, and it was largely through aerial imagery, noticing areas of consented activity. That triggered us to carry out an aerial analysis using satellite imagery of the site and work out which areas of ground that had earthworks taken place on it were part of consented activities and which ones were not.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful from that. Thank you. I wanted effectively now to just address a couple of issues. And we might be as well just to take a break slightly early so we come back and keep the continuity of this. So I'll give Nature Scott a 10-minute break before we go into this. Is they lodged on, I think, the 18th of May, a document that set out where Nature Scott thought it would be useful that I spent time on site to look at the areas of damage, and Nature Scott officials weren't at the site visit, but nevertheless I used that as my starting point for the site visit, and it was very useful for me to see where the areas of certain excavation had taken place and the damage that had been done. What I'd quite like to do, without going through on a complete line-by-line basis, but if when we come back in maybe 10-15 minutes, we could go through that document and go through the table of that document, not on every single plot that was identified. There's two areas of land that I used quite usefully when I was doing the site visit, the northern area and the southern area. I don't want to go through all of them. The reason I wanted to go through all of these is I was obviously capable myself, and people pointed things out to me on site of where the damage was done. What was less obvious to me, because there wasn't an expert on site with me, is for each of those sites where there was actually damage to geological features, effectively. So I could see some of them at certain points, and it would just be useful if we could have table 1 from that document up after we come back from a short break, and so we could work through at least some of the documents there, just so the Nature Scot on this call can point out to me and say to me which of those pieces of excavation work or damage that's been done has had a direct impact on the geological features. As I say, I'm not really bothered about evidencing the damage, because I think I've seen that, but it's just it's correlating the damage to the particular features on site, as I was looking at them as somebody who has no background in geology. So that's essentially what I think I'd quite like to go to next. But we'll take maybe a break till 11:40 if that's okay, if that's enough time for people to grab a cup of tea and whatever, and come back and then start and just have a run through that document, just so I can understand that interrelationship. Is that question clear at what I'm looking at from Nature Scot's perspective?
Yes, and it is. Will you be able to share the table you're referring to? The feedback we had earlier was caused by our attempt to have a system set up to share.
I might try and have to get someone who'll help me do it, but yes, I'll endeavour in the break to try to achieve that end, so that somebody can share that document and work through it. But we could work on that basis and come back at 11:40, and hopefully I can put the document on screen. I won't be going through the whole of the table, but there's just certain paragraphs I think it'd be quite useful if we could all see. So if we could return at 11:40, and I'll try and get that organised.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's now 11:40. I've just got myself a cup of tea, but I was just going to reconvene just now, if that's convenient for attendees. Happily, the technology, thanks to Stephanie and the DPA team, seems to have worked, and hopefully everybody can now see table 1, at least the first page of table 1 up on the screen, which is, as I say, was the document that was lodged by Nature Scott to assist me in the site visit, and it was very much of assistance in the site visit in their absence. And I think it's the page that's there. I'll ask Steve to move on to subsequent pages as we go. But I was just going to ask appropriate Nature Scott witnesses if they could just look at just some specific aspects of what these tables actually say, looking at the question about where the alleged damage to the geological features actually are. So if I missed any, they should feel free to say. But the first one I was going to look at is location number 17. Earlier in that document, there are the 2 maps that I referred to earlier on, the northern and the southern end of things, both of which I found useful on site. And so the references were to the plans there. But it was at document 17, which was up to the top of the hill and to the left of those of us who were on the site visit last week. And the bit I was interested there was a suggestion there in the first line of under the heading nature of unconsented activity, a reference there to excavation into part of the moraine mound and the levelling off of the ground surface. And so again, I just asked Nature's got to go through, as we go through all of these, and just describe a little bit about what the geological feature that is and that's been damaged by that work at number 17, article 17.
Okay, yeah, I can give some comments on this further to what's in the document, but probably important to note, I haven't actually been to some of these plots. They were another Nature Scott geomorphologist who made these notes for most of these plots. I came into this case a bit, so I haven't actually been. But number 17, excavation into part of a moraine mound. So this is probably part of the moraine ridges that run north-south across the Lower Spain Valley, which, when viewed from the ground, probably look quite unremarkable. But if you view them from the top of the hill, like above the valley, or from satellite imagery or aerial imagery, you can begin to see that they are aligned and they are quite long linear features. The best found of them, the most like big chunks of them and big linear snake-like features across the landscape are slightly further to the south than Achnababan, but there are bits and pieces of these moraines across the Achnababan area, and it suggests to me that a bit of that has been chopped into to create the plot in question, and some of its contents bulldozed across to form a plot. The problem with that is that you lose the original shape of the moraine. Moraines don't look the same everywhere you find them. There's different types of moraine. Here we're dealing with a series of recessional terminal moraines, which are the ones that form at the very edge of a glacier. So that's why these ones are so important, because they're recording the recession of a glacier as it retreated, and potentially wouldn't have retreated all at once. It would have retreated a bit and then advanced a bit and then retreated a bit again and then advanced a bit, and bulldozing what's in front of it up into mounds. And that's kind of what we're looking at here as part of that.
There, right. So,
yeah, so the shape of them in 3 dimensions is important, because often if it's been pushed, so if the glacial retreat has been what we call active, so it doesn't just down waste in situ, it's actually a moving lobe of ice that's retreating and advancing as part of its recession, then if the moraine's been pushed, it will have a steep side and a lesser steep side. So the 3-dimensional shape of the moraine is important. And then within that, you might have features that indicate, again, a direction. So a directional orientation to some of the clasts within the moraine, or like even faults and folds within the sediments. If you've got softer sediments like clays that have been pushed back up, sometimes you can see deformation within those inside the ridge. Okay.
Yeah, that's useful. Yeah, I mean, just down to the south of that, I certainly saw on the site visit at number 40, the plans on page 4 of that document. I don't need to brought up just now, but I saw on site what looked a little bit as if it was probably some geological features that had also been moved. It's a bit hard to tell because it was because of my non-expert eye, but there were some that looked as if that had been subject to a similar kind of intervention. The next one on the list is number 18, which we did see, and I think Dean might be able to correct me on this one. Greg, who was at the site visit last week, I think he said his interest was in plot 41. Next to that is number 18, which is on that page, second bottom, and that's where I did see that there'd been a track and some work that was done towards an area. It's described there as glacial sediments, undulating glacial sediments, and it was a line, a kind of elevated line of land that looked as if that was close to or next to location 18, which is described then as having been levelled. But again, I don't know if you've not been on the site for to speak to that specifically, but that looked like an area there where the formation on the ground did look like some geological remains that had damage done to it, at least next to it at around site 18, location 18. But again, I don't know if you want to comment, or if anybody else wishes to comment on some of these issues as we go, please feel free to do so. But first off, Nature Scott.
Yeah, again, I haven't
18.
been to the particular plot, number 18. But yeah, from what you're describing, it sounds like some sort of moraine. I note that it says undulating ground, and sometimes a moraine, that's all it can look like, is undulating ground. It can look fairly unremarkable, but again, the interrogation of that, the subsurface of that through various techniques can reveal an internal structure that can tell you a bit more. So yeah, if that's been chopped through and bulldozed, then again, you've lost the potential to explore that further. It's probably important to note that like the loss of one little bit on its own is not really the issue. It's the cumulative loss of all these pieces. We often talk about quaternary science and reconstruction of quaternary environments as a bit like a jigsaw puzzle. So there's lots of tiny pieces of evidence using different techniques, whether it's the form of the landform on the ground, or it's subsurface contents, or something that you take to the laboratory and use to collect evidence on timing, composition. All of these things go together to give you a picture of the paleo environment that it was deposited in, and then you use that to make a wider paleo environmental reconstruction. So here we're looking at multiple small losses, but as a total, you've lost a lot of potential pieces of your jigsaw.
I can see that. Like I see that argument. I mean, I should say that they look to me on site as if there's a bit of damage near a number 18. Part of it still remain a kind of elevated line of what I presume are glacial deposits, a line of deposits, a sort of line in the line of the ground that was there. I mean, it looked, although I know it obviously isn't, it looked like a sort of an elevated, like a sort of former, like a disused railway line, effectively. Something you see the mound in the railway line. There was a line of that there, and it was that I was interested in. That itself hadn't been directly damaged at 18, but 18 had kind of chopped into the top bit of it. But
there are linear landforms that you can get in the landscape that are not moraines. Moraines are not the only linear feature. You can get eskers, which are deposited by meltwater flowing in a river underneath an ice sheet. So this site has some eskers as well. They're not known typically in this area. This area is characterised more by moraine belts. But yeah, just as a point of note, that it really depends on the underlying composition of the feature. That tells us a bit more about its depositional or mode of deposition. Eskers are deposited by water, so they tend to be sand and gravel comprised, whereas moraines can be a real jumble of material that's sort of bulldozed up at the front of the glacier. So much more disorganized material inside it.
That's fine. And at the very bottom of that page is number 19, which I just emphasised because it's something I saw, was the track that went up across the site, but there were no obvious glacial features. That's the site that the 19 is a site that runs from number 40 up to number 39 and number 17. And as I say, I saw something at the side of that could potentially have been glacial deposits, but there was nothing massively obvious that fell into that category there. But I understand what it says there about the loss of landform surface and the loss of subsurface sediments, for example.
Yeah, I have actually walked up that one, and
Okay. Yeah.
there's nothing to see in terms of landform. It was in the vicinity of that, more down towards site 43. I spotted some annually laminated lake sediments in the cutting of the track. So there are things of interest that don't necessarily jump out as a landform, but that are below the ground.
Okay. That's understood. I appreciate the difficulty of doing this in two segments like this last week and this week. So Stephanie, can you go on to the next page? Yes, it's the page headed 24. The other one I was looking at is the stuff is in bold, which is 28. And this was an area that I was able to look at right at the end of the site visit, but wasn't really able to get onto because it was a gate. There was a gate that was locked, and I looked over the fence into the site, but didn't get a particularly extensive view of number 28. But the questions arising from that is, again, is there anything that Major Scott wanted to say about the right-handmost column when it talks of loss of landform because of excavation of part of the moraine and the original ground surface? And this is also a suggestion there's a loss of paleoenvironmental evidence stored in the removed glacial deposits and peat deposits. So again, if there's anything you want to say about that particular site, just in its interconnection with the geological features.
Yeah, this one I think we've got some photos, haven't we? So
yes, we do. Yeah.
You can clearly see that it's cut into a bank, so that is probably one of the cross valley moraines in the area, and it has been quite deeply cut into.
Yeah.
So would represent a loss of the shape of the landform. It's now got an oversteepened face on one side, which is not its natural shape. So in time, if that vegetated over and someone comes back to understand the site in a couple of 100 years, then it'll look like a really odd shape.
That presumably is what actually meant by the last two sentences in that section, which we've happily got straddling the pages there. The reference to the moraine mounds and ridges occupying the west and east side of location 28. They were part of a belt of moraine ridges that marked the retreating stages of this Bean Glacier, one of the glaciers that blocked the areas forming the dammed lake. So presumably that's the kind of significance of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Mr. McGregor Senior questioned two aspects of this. He questioned the use of the word bulldoze on site. And I don't know if you want to comment on that, whether that's obviously your words, not mine nor his. How he knew it hadn't been bulldozed, I'm not entirely sure, but he said it hadn't been bulldozed.
It must have been tracked over a lot of times, I think, to get it that flat. Either way, it's an unnatural flat surface. Glaciers don't leave pristine, square, flat surfaces.
Yeah. Okay. He also suggested there's a reference to the artificial pond, and he was saying he didn't think that was factually accurate, that there's been a new artificial pond excavated. But if you can't comment on that, don't worry about it. But I'm just narrating what he said to me.
Here. My understanding of that site is that there was existing kind of boggy areas that had been expanded to make a pond, and that was apparent through the aerial imagery.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, certainly when discussing on a site visit, it was recognised this is the boggy part of the country. It rains a lot, and so the difference perhaps between boggy land and a new artificial pond may be a relatively insignificant one. But I just record the fact that he felt that was factually inaccurate.
Sometimes boggy parts of the site can tell you a bit about the underlying lithology. So if you do have like dense clay sediments like you would find in lake floor sediments, then they can be particularly poorly draining. as opposed to meltwater deposits, which are sand and gravel and very freely draining. So you can actually learn something from walking over a site as to which bits are maybe more likely to have clays underneath, and which bits are more free draining sand.
Okay, thank you. So Stephanie, going to the next page just now. I'm looking at 29, 30 and 31. And 29 again, there's photographs of, and I guess a similar point that's suggesting that these are potential damage to moraine ridges. There's south-north running moraine ridges, and the right-hand column suggests a loss of part of the moraine ridge slope through excavation and then burial in aggregate.
Yeah, so it's very similar to the ones before, where we've had chunks cut into the form of the moraine, loss of some of the internal sediments from it as a result of that. But also in this case, we've got some spoil heaped up against it, which if surveyed from the air, could potentially give it a funny shape. That's not a natural shape. So
yeah.
Actually,
yeah, I've highlighted 30 and 31 as well, but they actually say the same thing effectively. There's a bit of a repeat at the different sites at those locations. In 31, towards the end, at the foot of the page, it talks in terms of peat and peaty soils can store carbon. If peat is disturbed, carbon can be reduced into can be released into the water environment and the atmosphere. Why is that significant? Why does that matter? This is paleo-environmental reconstruction. So why does release of carbon? What's the adverse impact on the features if carbon's released?
I mean, I haven't actually been to this one, but yeah, it really depends on the depth of peat. Peat is a very useful store of plant macrofossils and pollen grains. It's sort of an anoxic environment that tends to preserve plant matter from when it was formed. So that can be used to do dating, to look at when vegetation specific type was present in the area, and from that you can infer what the climate was like. So if you've got like birch pollen, you can say that it was the start of like tree growth in the area. And it can also give you clues as to when humans arrived from things like charcoal. But yeah, peat is part of the Quaternary record everywhere, because it's largely formed during the Holocene, which is basically since the end of this glacial period. So it tells us how the climate's warmed, like straight off the back of that period of deglaciation. So it is part of the Quaternary feature.
Okay, that's one of my questions and all of that. And if Stephanie, you go on to the next page, because the same thing's repeated when you get to number 32. So I've noted the answer to that, and actually 33 is the same. In 32, again, I know that Dean, that was correct. Just along from we looked at that before we went on your site, which was nearer the road. Is we looked at that. We didn't look in huge detail about the geomorphological mounds at 29, but that certainly looks as if the unconsented activity there overlaps with that. But looking along to number 32. That we looked at was quite a significant area of land that had been excavated and flattened out for a number of sites for that. So 32 looked as if it was moderately significant. And on the site visit, Dean, you'll remember that Mr. McGregor Jr. had a plan there showing the potential. I think it was 5 or 6 potential units that he was planning on putting there, and that seemed to me to be likely to be the explanation as to why the extent of the excavation at 32 was as much as it was. But I don't know what your take on that was, Dean.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that looks as though that's the case. Do you know anything, Dean, about the progress of these plans? Obviously, it's almost quite a large area that was shown as excavated and the ground surface removed. As I say, the plan that Mr. McGregor Jr. showed us was a plan which showed around 5 or 6 potential sites for units to get put there. Do you happen to know anything about the kind of planning status of that? Or did Nature Scott, do you know anything about the planning status of anything that's been, any requests for land at 32?
No, I'm not aware of any.
One of our members owns a piece of land close to or adjacent to number 32. I think the map that I sent you last night, Paul, with our plots designated on it. Robert Kane, I believe, does have a plot of land in or around that area of 30. But in terms of the, and I know that work predates my purchase of my land, which is adjacent to that. The work was already done when I first saw it in 2023. But in terms of
when you saw it,
in terms of the sale of it, or the breaking down into various plots and the selling of it, I've no idea.
So enough. No, that's fine. So, does someone else want to chip in there? I think I heard another voice.
I think it might be myself. I was just saying I'm not aware of any planning application in on that ground.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's useful. Thank you. Thank you for that. Just in 73, and then the last one. You move on, please, Stephanie, to the next page, and this is the last page that I have. And again, it's two issues in bold, number 37 and 40. As the 40 I mentioned a little minute ago, and I think we've probably covered, and 37, which is also supported by photographs. And it talks in terms on the right-hand most column of loss of landform and loss of paleo-environmental evidence, again, as stored in the removed glacial deposits and peat deposits. That presumably is the same point about what was indicated about release of carbon into the environment, which can allow for identification of what the climate was like at the time and when human activity started in the area. That's what I've got noted for that.
Yeah, the loss of carbon is sort of incidental. The loss of carbon is never good, but that's not the main reason that this is damaging in the context of this particular SSSI. Here, the loss of peat and the cutting into glacial deposits is about the loss of plant macrofossils, pollen grains, potential tephra fragments and things like that we can use to reconstruct the paleo-environmental environment, or the timing at which they were laid down, so dating techniques. The loss of carbon is kind of incidental.
I did kind of wonder about that, because that makes sense. I can see that as an issue, perhaps a secondary issue. Now, Stephanie, can you actually go on to the next page? I said we're finished, but there's actually just the next one page, I think, is the other one identifying. It's simply number 43, which is just about to pop into vision just now, and that's the excavation of part of the glacial till covering the hillside. I don't think we looked at a huge amount of detail last week, but it just references their loss of glacial sediment.
Yeah, this is one of the ones I've been to, actually.
We talk about it. Can you tell me what annually laminated glacial lake sediments are in that case?
So these are really important in this SSSI because they help us look at how long the lakes were present for. In a glacial lake, in a very cold environment, you tend to get deposition of fine-grained sediment in the lake throughout the year. But in summer, because you've got like a high meltwater flux and higher energy rivers coming off the ice or from the catchment, bringing sediment into the lake, you get a layer of coarser and thicker sediment deposits in the summertime. And then in the wintertime, you get a very thin layer on top of that. Because typically the glacier will stop melting, everything freezes up, the sediments locked up in the landscape are locked up in the glacier, and you get a much finer deposit in the winter. So over the course of a year, you get a thick band and a thin band, and that tells you that's 1 year's worth of deposition in the lake. So across this site, there are about 8 or 9 core sites where a university in the last 10 years have taken core samples and managed to look at how long each lake level, there's at least 3 lake levels, probably 5 or 6 in total, how long each one of those has been present for based on correlation of the lake, annual lake sediment deposits in different parts of the SSSI land system. So that's why those are important. And actually in the side wall of the track that leads down to this location 43, there are some lake sediments.
Yes.
in the sidewall, which I think I put a photo in.
There's a photograph of that as well. Yeah.
It's the vegetation in the photo. There's very, very fine horizontally bedded clays, and that is your typical lake sediments. In some places in the deeper lake systems in Glenroy, they are more striped than that. So the summer, winter is much more visually striking, whereas there it looks thinner.
Okay.
So it might have been that it was maybe melting all year round, or it was maybe frozen all year round. I'm not sure which, because I'm like to compare it with.
Yes,
so,
absolutely. Yeah. Comparisons presumably are quite difficult. Okay, no, that's very helpful. Now I'm going to open up. Does anybody have any? I've kind of rattled through all of that. Does anybody have any questions while we've got this up on screen on that document? Any issues arising anybody wants to raise? In which case, I'll thank Stephanie, who can now stop sharing that. And I'm not anticipating sharing anything else for this hearing, but I could be wrong about that, and I'll get in touch if we are. So thanks, Stephanie, for keeping us right on all of that. So thank you. I next want to go on to a series of questions which draws in Eva's point from earlier on. I'm quite interested in kind of some related questions from Nature Scott as to why this particular area for the nature conservation area was selected, and why areas such, for example, of Eva's were they considered for exclusion. So just it'd be useful perhaps just to go through for me to hear and for her to hear and others to hear what was the process that has gone through that decided that this area, as a percentage, as I say, I recall 5% of the total SSSI area. Why this particular area was decided to be suggested to Scottish government for the NCO?
Yeah, I can probably help answer that.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I think the area was selected because it's the area where damage had occurred and the area that was vulnerable to potential future damage. And we were aware of plot sales kind of across the area. That kind of formed the basis for selecting the area as identified for the Nature Conservation Order.
It's really for Eva and others, it's that second part of the answer that's important, where damage was done, but where it was vulnerable to future damage. I think she would argue that any damage was perhaps entirely historical because of the nature of the non-native species that were there. And so you can see why areas where there's specific damage done, you can say, well, let's preserve that. Presumably there's a degree to which valuable sites where you're worried about the risk of damage would come in there as well. That's part of the second answer. I'm just interested in how that kind of the shape was decided. What was the sort of thought process that was gone through to be doing that, or is it just as simple as you've said?
I think it's as simple as we said, and looking at the kind of land ownership and the land that was up for sale, looking at the ones that might be vulnerable to more future damage.
Yeah. And so did you look at at each individual landowner's site and reach a different view for each landowner, taking Eva as an example, for instance of this, and say that that's an area and it's owned by this particular landowner and therefore it's in? Or was actual land ownership not really part of the process?
No, we wouldn't normally do that because, well, you would end up potentially with boundary that had lots of tiny little holes in it. And also we have issues with actually identifying who all the land ownership was, which has only become apparent through the process, having gone to the registry. So you have to make a boundary of something like that, such as a protected area or a unit of land. A geographical area, and that area formed the whole of that plan where principally the damage has been caused and is still continuing or is still being continued to.
Yeah. So part of that, I guess, is the question of why you made decisions to not include certain other areas that weren't included in it. Or is there sort of I'm not saying it's a random decision, but there's a degree to which this is a kind of an overarching decision. But when you break it down into individual plots, it's actually sometimes quite hard to differentiate as to why the areas is designated for one plot or another.
I think looking at the areas that have not been included, they were areas where there was existing planning permission or existing development that had been consented on the ground. You can see the kind of unusual kind of cutouts.
Yeah. Oddly, the more cutouts there are, the more this question becomes to mind, there, isn't it? As to where we go. I'll bring Dean in a second, then ask if Eva wants to ask any further questions. I don't think she's necessarily saying she's part of the association rather than a separate objector. I don't know if she was necessarily been saying, exclude my land from the site. Maybe she that's what she wants. I know that at least 2 objectors have effectively said that, exclude my area from the site, which is I think Mr. Hammond and Mr. Cameron. And you basically Nature Scotland said no. Actually, the integrity of the whole site is the reason why this is all being done. But, I'm going to bring in Dean just now and see what his take on this particular issue is.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I completely understand why discovering this damage, which has taken place on or around 2023, and that is a trigger point, and I do get that, and I think the whole of the association understand why there would be a reaction or a response to it. I suppose we would very much want to draw attention to, as I did to the reporter on the site visit, that my plot, for example, doesn't fall into any of the areas that you've highlighted or taken photographs of as being damaged. It's quite different. It's in a slightly different area, and it doesn't meet any of the damage criteria that you mentioned. If I then travel back down the road, and it's kind of inevitable that when you're in this situation, you start to make comparisons. And I know that can sometimes be dangerous in situations like this. But if you track back down the A82 towards Speen Bridge, no more than a few hundred meters, there is a plot which appears to be unconsented, covered in tar planings, with a pod or a wooden building on it right next to the railway line, which is also within the same SSSI as ourselves and hasn't been included in this NCO. Where you travel up the lane a little bit further back from Achnaboban towards where the travellers' camp is, and again further either consented or unconsented developments, again not included in the NCO, and you just inevitably begin to question the consistency of the application of these protections. And I'm not saying that these protections are wrong. We support the protection, but we just want it to be fairly and consistently applied so that we have a chance to, seek, in some cases, consent for positive developments such as rewilding and this kind of thing, and we can't do that. So we just have a concern that maybe to some extent there's a reaction to a discovery or to a highlighting by other residents that there's been this work done. We don't deny the damage and we don't support the damage in any way, shape or form, but I feel that it's only fair that we have our plots looked at objectively and have this order questioned consistently across the piece with criteria that's fair to everybody,
Okay. Before I move on, I come back to you, Dean, just with one question on that. And I know that you are not Nature Scotland. It isn't your idea to make the order, and it's, you can legitimately say, don't ask me. I'm not promoting this order. But I suppose to the degree the counter to that, to some extent, is are Nature Scot perhaps are behind nothing in the sense that it's impossible to achieve absolute consistency. That you have to draw a line somewhere at the edge of these boundaries, unless you end up designating the entire SSSI area, which would involve people, maybe, many miles away having restrictions on what they do when there's localized damage. It is an issue. How, in your view, should Nature Scot go about this process of trying to do something that is consistent and fair?
Was that a question for me, Paul?
It was, yes.
But I appreciate to some extent there's obviously an issue of resource here, and that what we've already identified is that this plot or this area of NCO, albeit relatively small in significance to the whole of the SSSI, is immensely complex in terms of its web of ownership and history and so on and so forth. We've got a very complex situation here. Unpicking that in terms of looking at individual cases and individual contexts and situations is going to take a lot of time and resource, which I appreciate local government, NatureScot and so on don't necessarily always have at their disposal. However, you know, I'm going to look at it from the point of view of someone who has an investment in this area, both emotionally and financially and in a whole load of other regards. And I just want to be treated fairly. And so do the other landowners. So I think there has to be some kind of middle ground where SSSI already confers quite a significant amount of protection on the land. There's not necessarily been consistent enforcement of that, I don't think, over the last few years, which has led to this situation that we now, to some extent, find ourselves the victims of. I think, and I was going to refer to this, and I will refer to this a little bit later when we come to our particular agenda item. I reached out to NatureScot in 2023 and 2024 to start a dialogue really about, you know, what can we do, what can't we do. This was ahead of the enforcement notice and the conservation order being in place. We challenged the first enforcement notice only because we were just looking to have our sites looked at individually, and it was very difficult to get any kind of response or answer from NatureScot, who I appreciate, as I said before about that, is a question of resource. You know, it's time consuming, it takes people to reply. We don't always have that, but that is the responsibility of this organization. And I would far more want to work in collaboration and find out what we can do, what we can't do, open up a dialogue. I asked for a site visit for my 5 acres with someone, it was declined. And then communication stopped, I guess because the two particular extra pieces of legislation were brought in, the conservation order and the enforcement notice, which basically drew a fairly thick line under this, closed down any future opportunity or even conversation about it, and left us with nowhere to go. Hence why we've commissioned a report, and we're trying to re-establish and reopen that negotiation, because we've all got land here that we want to do something positive with, hopefully enjoy it, but also do it in a consented way and in a way that is in line with Nature Scotland's protection and philosophy for what this area should be. We want to work with that, you know.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'll bring in Peter for NatureScot just now, and I have to for him to make a point. I've got one question for him and all of that, and I'll give Eva last word if she wants to on this particular topic, since she's the one that kind of raised it earlier. But Peter, first of all.
It's Karen Mitchell will comment on this.
So I think there's a couple of things really. I think I already said in the last comment that I made that in terms of drawing boundaries around things, you do need to have a sort of a practical boundary in terms of just trying to resource, as you say, and also just to work with the system of trying to apply. It's not practical to have different sets for the smallness of these individual clubs that we would have. The other thing is the reason for sort of for pursuing the nature conservation order is that the existing system of consents that we have wasn't working. You know, so we've ended up with a history. So this is the nature conservation order is a sort of a higher level of protection that we've been kind of pushed into to try and, or felt that this was the only resolution we had to try and prevent further damage. And also the existing consistent operations requiring consent are limited in that there's only 4 of them. So there are a few more, or they've been slightly expanded within the nature conservation order list of prohibited activities to cover what we feel are all, as far as possibly, all possible eventualities
So-
that might have a damaging impact on the site. And the other matter as well is, you'll all be aware, there's a criminal investigation going on, which has to be taken as part of this procedure, or at least cognizance of it, in terms of not always being able to be freely able to go out on site whilst a criminal investigation is ongoing.
So more generally on that, what would you say in summary would be the things that a nature conservation order would give you and give the public interest over and above simple SSI designation?
The designation has to, through the operations requiring consent, has to show damage in order for there to be a crime, whereas a nature conservation order just is a prohibition of the activities. You just can't do them. There's a consent process around that. And so primarily, and I suppose just to touch on as well, sort of the elements that Mr. Baker was talking about around sort of positive activities. I suppose some of the ideas around positive management might not match up with what the site interests are. So if you mean by rewilding in terms of introduction of species, that's also covered under the prohibited actions, and also around woodland, large-scale woodland planting, or even natural regen, which we expect might happen from the adjacent plots. These are the kind of things that are not compatible with the interest feature of the site. So they might be elsewhere, but not necessarily. So
Really, prevention's better than cure, effectively, as well. Better the harm is stopped than somebody's prosecuted for doing it, I guess, which kind of ties in, I suppose, with what Mr. Ferguson said earlier on about the potential for irreversible damage.
Yes, this is to prevent further damage. The whole objective of the Nature Conservation Order is to prevent further damage.
Sorry.
There is one other practical consequence, and we may come on to this on one of the other agenda items, but a confirmed nature conservation order is registered against the titles of the
Right.
Whereas SSIs are not registered in the same way, and
Right.
that may go to the lack of information by at least some of the purchasers of the plots.
Okay. That's useful. I take it, and I'm not going to dip into the tool of ongoing allegations of criminal activity here, but I take it after an NCO is confirmed, the actual penalties that could be imposed by a court, they remain the same. I didn't find the Act particularly easy to navigate around, but it looks like the fine levels and various things are the same. But Fergus, I don't know if you know that the answer to this. It's not as if the damage, if it was to go into a criminal side of things, it's not as if the potential for a court is to impose a bigger fine. I think the fines are the same, but I might be wrong about that.
Yes, there is a cap on the fine, and the cap is the same in both cases. The different, one difference though, as explained, is that it's a strict liability offence to carry out the works under the prohibited works under an NCO, whereas with a SSI, it's not per se an offence to carry out works without consent. The offence involves reckless or deliberate and causing damage. So the NCO is in effect a step up in the level of protection, and that's one facet of it, that an offence is committed by simply carrying out a prohibited operation.
There's a future-facing offence or a future-facing consequence.
It is. So it's no bearing on what's carried out so far.
What's happened in the past. So anybody who's bought land here and it turns out that the damage was done prior to them purchasing it, then that wouldn't leave them liable in that context, because they didn't fail to get the consent. That the consent was not obtained before they became owners. I mean, that's not the practical implementation of all that's not for me to report on, but that's my understanding of it.
That's correct. Both offences relate to the person who carried out either the unauthorised operations or the prohibited operations, and there is not an offence at landowner level.
Okay. Thank you. That's all great. Anybody have any questions arising from that bit of the discussion before I move on? Oh, sorry, sorry, I said I'd give Eva the last word if she wants to have it.
I'm good, thank you. Thank you.
You're good.
I'm all
Thank
good
you.
to carry on. Thank you. I'll mention my stuff later. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. All good, all good, all good. Right, the next two items in the agenda, I've separated them out, one of which is alternatives to nature conservation order, primarily in relation to Nature Scotland. And then I want to have a bit of a discussion, which will bring in forestry issues on as well, is the interactions with other consents, both in practice on the ground and in the abstract, as it were. So I've heard already about Nature Scot consenting. These are the operations requiring consent. And I think Mr. Ferguson made it clear that it's not open to them to consent to the things that are otherwise prohibited under the order as proposed, unless it falls within an exception to all of that. I'd asked previously about things that Nature Scot could do by way of land management agreements. And there's at least two objections, I think. Touch on it, and the Dean's actually sort of, in a sense, sort of hinted at this, that actually with proper dialogue, that it might be possible to manage things through a land management agreement. There is a potential for a land management order, but I think you have to go through the field to get the agreement before you can get to the order. But again, Mr. Ferguson, you may want to say a little bit about what you think Nature's Scot's options and alternatives are to proceeding with the order. Just so I can fully understand them.
Well, the statements of case sets out the alternatives and why Nature Scot doesn't consider the alternatives to be appropriate. And I suppose that the first alternative would be, so the default position is the SSSI, and clearly that hasn't worked so far. Yeah. Even if additional operations requiring consent were to be added, the same gaps would still appear. So the SSSI hasn't provided for adequate protection, and there's no reason to think that it would. Perhaps I can ask one of the Nature Scot team to comment on the land management agreements and others. It's the Nature Scot's position set out in the statements of case.
I can talk to the land management orders. So we usually use these where there's an existing management agreement with the landowner, and that's usually where we're entering into a financial arrangement to fund positive management. But you can't do that where you're funding management following damage to protected features. So it isn't the situation that we would find ourselves in. Not sure what positive management would look like on a site here, because it's mostly around not doing things rather than proactively doing things. So that situation just doesn't really apply either.
Yeah. The reason I was asking, I'm just thinking of Mr. Hammond's objection and his suggestion of a kind of detailed potential of how the land could be used more effectively. And I did wonder whether that might be amenable to a land management agreement, if not an order. I suppose the difficulty is if Nature Scot can't consent to something that's a breach of the order, then the question, I guess, is how the land management agreement sits with the order, because the land management agreement can't trump the NCO, because the NCO will prevail, presumably.
Yes, that's correct.
So it may well be that land management agreements are quite hard to fit within the nature conservation order, because the question then is, how do you then reconcile that with the prohibitions in the order?
Yes, I think that's the case. They wouldn't think of a situation where a management agreement that's usually done for positive management would apply in this instance. I suppose trying to extrapolate, we're talking about maybe woodland regeneration, which we've got, we'll come on to that later in the modifications and the prohibited activities, but there would be another mechanism through the forestry regulations to consider that, if any of that was ever proposed.
Okay.
Individual plot.
Yeah. The only way Mr. Hammond's suggestion, and there's a hint about this in Mr. Cameron as well, on plot 4, the only way that could work, I think, would be to exclude their land from the order and then manage it a different kind of way. I suppose that NatureScot may refer me to their earlier answers about why they've chosen the shape of the order as it is, and how difficult it is to enter into kind of individual discussions. I mean, Dean certainly has suggested there's scope to enter into discussions on a collective basis, but presumably the difficulty for NatureScot is this of the kind of jigsaw nature of what's left if you then exclude areas of land because they're covered by a land management agreement.
Yeah, that would not be a very conducive arrangement to have in terms of administration, but also if you think about it, some of these plots that might not already have been researched might well have interest that we don't know about yet. So you wouldn't want to enter into a management agreement to do something that could potentially prevent such research, sort of paging right back to the start of the discussion. So again, I'm struggling to think of what a positive management agreement would look like that we would find would look like that would actually not be seen to be damaging to the site interest or something that we would want to enter into. Yeah.
Well, I can see that, except if as I've suggested, you exclude it from the nature conservation order. I know it's administratively a pain to have to do another nature conservation order, but I suppose if that management agreement doesn't work, you could always say, well, we've tried it and it hasn't worked. We now need to bring that area in. I can see why that might be problematical. Now, I've got Genevieve with a hand up, but she's also typing just now. So I'll bring in Dean, who's got his hand up as number 2, but I'll bring him in just now, and we'll see what, if possible, that Genevieve's having a problem with her connection, because she seems to be typing for a very long time. But Dean, thank you.
I was listening to what NatureScot there is saying, and yet earlier in the hearing we were talking about previous developments and consents being looked at on a case-by-case basis, which so your previous precedent has been to create this jigsaw to some extent, because the 27 or so other properties there have been dealt with on a case-by-case basis, have been consented. This isn't a static situation here. It was a working farm. There's forestry going on. There's been animal husbandry going on. That must be also true of other areas within the SSSI, which also presumably have to go through the same kind of considerations. So to simply put this NCO on us in a blanket way with no consideration of whether it's a land management agreement or some other form of discussion seems to slightly contradict what you said about previous activity here, and I don't know, it just seems to lack a little bit of creativity and thought and consideration, I suppose. I think that's it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if NatureScot want to say anything in response to that. I want to move on to the other questions linked with that, but NatureScot first.
I could potentially come back on that just in terms of, we have sort of laid out both in the statement of case, and I've tried to articulate again today why we think a land management order isn't an acceptable route. So we have explored all of the options. We don't enter into nature conservation orders lightly. Obviously, in terms of the resource to actually have got to this stage as well, is a major consideration. So we're doing that because we are literally not managing to achieve site protection through our commonplace statutory legislation. And just going a little bit back to the sort of the designation in the previous developments, when we first notify a site, it's quite likely there's activities there that are not part of what we would see as going forward positive activity or an activity we'd allow on a site. But when you notify, you have to notify as is. So we might have ended up with bits cut out of the development, the boundary, the SSSI boundary, because either the houses were already there or the conifers were already there. And then we work going forward, and then we have taken things on a case-by-case basis for subsequent planning proposals when they've come to us. And we can do that because we can then look and amend, suggest differences, mitigation that might be able to be taken to allow the house to go in a location that's maybe not quite there, but that bit's a bit better or whatnot. And we've got reached this kind of tipping point where there's really not much more room for development. But that wouldn't actually prevent somebody putting in a housing proposal that we could then look at in the same fashion, because that is listed as one of the exceptions under both forestry and the planning regulations. Yes. The exceptions, the nature conservation order.
Nancy had her hand up at one point, but it's gone down just now. I don't know if she wants to make a point or whether that's been covered. She can see again if she wants to come in. Yes, you do. Nancy, come in.
Yeah, sorry, just very briefly, I'm probably repeating myself, but about the nature conservation order, and I think I've just lost my thread. I need to write it down.
Right, write it down and come back. Put your hand up again when it comes back to you, don't worry. And I'll go back to Nature Scotch now. I think Peter had put his hand up.
Thanks. This has been covered already, but nature conservation order, lands management orders can only require positive steps. So under section 31D, it's operations which are to be carried out on the land for the purposes of conserving or enhancing, and the offence is failing to carry out those positive steps. Whereas here, as has been explained, all of the it's prohibited operations, so it's the other side of the coin.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I was going to just go on now to draw on some of the issues that arise as we move into the next section of the planning and forestry consent interactions, but also just to say out loud what was said by some people at site visit last week, just to make sure that we all understand what was said to me. And the reason I wanted to do this is I think Dean said that they'd been farming for centuries, I think, in some form or other. But what I saw on site was a reasonable amount of forestry usage on the site. And I know there's some issues about native and non-native species there on site. And I saw sites that have been granted planning permission, but it was indicated to me that there aren't really to any significant extent any rivers on the site as would trigger the interest of local salmon fishery boards. Again, if I'm wrong about any of this, please say. And so certainly trees, certainly desires to have trees, and Dean had talked in terms of his desire to be introducing trees on his area of land that were native species, and there's questions around all of that. I asked questions about farming, existing farming, because that comes into at least one of the objections. And in terms of what I saw on site and what was explained to me by attendees last week is there isn't really any agricultural use on the site of the order at present. So, setting aside forestry as a sort of variation of land use in rural areas. There was no suggestion that there's any kind of cattle, sheep, pigs, deer farmed formally in that sense. I saw there's a deer shed, but that I think is an historical deer shed on site. But my understanding is there isn't any real farming that takes place in that kind of sense. Certainly none involving pastoral stock, as I say, cattle, sheep, pigs, and various things, horses, goats, anything of that sort of nature. And so some of the restrictions that we'll come to later on as to what can be done would bite, therefore, in terms of things that would be introduced effectively for the first time, because there isn't anything there present. Equally, I didn't see anything that involved any kind of animal farming or any crops that are being used on the site. But again, tell me if I'm wrong about that. It strikes me that if there were a desire to be introducing cropped fields, then I suspect Nature Scotland may have some views about the damage to the integrity of the land by doing so. But certainly my understanding was there's nothing of that nature. And if there was, I'm not sure how compatible arable farming would be with the designation status of all of that. But I just wanted to give people the opportunity to say if I'm picking any of that up wrongly, because I didn't look at every millimetre, every square millimetre of the site. But that may come into play when it comes. It certainly will touch on Mr. Cameron's objection, but it may touch on others as well. But if anybody has a different view of that, then they can say. And I should say, I meant to say this earlier, Dean. I meant to put on the record that you showed me your site to the south of the A82, and I meant to say for the record for this meeting that I saw no evidence of any excavation of anything that was done on your site. You showed me where you had aspirations to do things around trees, and you showed me a camper van that was on site with protection underneath the wheels for that to minimise the risk of damage to the site that's there. But all of the concerns that Nature Scott have given rise to, and concerns in relation to damage of excavated land, I saw nothing on your site, and I just wanted to put that on the record for the purpose of this call. So that's where I am for all of that. In terms of planning, I think it's been touched on already that the planning authority, local planning authority, who were invited to come to this meeting and they didn't take up that opportunity. They, as was said right at the very start of the meeting, if they receive any application that relates to an impact on SSSI, which of course would include a nature conservation area, they would consult with Nature Scott as statutory consultees. But as I understand it, and I think was said earlier, the decision remains that of the local planning authority, having had due regard to Nature Scott's inputs into all of that. So anything that falls within the remit of development as defined under planning legislation and therefore requires planning permission would fall to Highland Council to be determined. And I know there have been some issues and some concerns about consistency of Highland Council's approach and indeed their non-engagement in this process. But I think that's the formal position. Again, someone can tell me if I'm not getting that right. My understanding, Mr. Ferguson, can you keep it right on this as well? My understanding is that permitted development rights under planning legislation don't apply on a SSSI. So things do have to go through the kind of formal planning process. As my understanding of the position, and that then I think probably at this stage kind of brings me, I think, probably to talk a little bit about the Scottish Forestry position. Mr. McKinnon has been on the call and is again waiting patiently for us to get round to talking about forestry. And the reason why that's important is in some ways it echoes the planning situation, but it's a body other than Nature Scott that deals with matters relating to planning. Scottish Forestry have engaged in this process after I wrote to them. There's a letter being submitted that explains the process that's gone through, but it might be quite useful given how much of the land here has been given over to forestry uses. If Martin could just say a little bit about the role of Scottish Forestry in both in regulating forestry, but also consenting to forestry arrangements, restocking or whatever, as would happen in this site, and how they would engage with Nature Scott, how Scottish Forestry would engage with Nature Scott as to how adequate protections under the order would be secured.
So I suppose I could start in terms of felling legislation. So any, unless covered by an exemption to the Act, any proposal to fell woodland on site would require a felling permission from ourselves. We have a standard template for that. There's an expectation that applicants, forest owners or their mandated agent go through the process, what we call due diligence. So that forms desk-based assessment, which is followed up with ground truthing and stakeholder engagement. So in this instance, as it is a protected site, SSSI, Nature Scott would always be consulted on any forestry proposal. So there may be initial engagement by a forestry agent or landowner prior to submission of an application so that we understand what advice Nature Scot have provided. We will assess that against the legal and good forestry practice requirements of the UK Forestry Standard, which encompasses our approach to sustainable forest management. So it covers biodiversity, soils, people, and the environment more generally. And depending on what type of proposal it is, if it's for felling, selective or clear felling, and in this instance, because it's a protected site, a thinning application, we would go to a formal consultation, which we would engage directly with Nature Scot on the proposal, provide them information that we've been given, and they have 28 days to provide comment back to ourselves, which we will take into account before coming to a decision on whether or not to consent that. There is a requirement under the Act that there's a presumption to restock any land felled under a felling permission that we consent, unless there's another reason for perhaps restoring the land to peatland, or if there's more environmental benefit in those actions. So that would be our role in terms of consenting the felling, and that would not only engage with Nature Scot, but a range of stakeholders. So neighbours, we would expect applicants to engage with neighbours to make them aware of their proposals, and any other body or party that has an interest. And particularly with productive woodland, we would expect engagement with the local authority roads department, ensure that timber can be transported from the site, because there are exclusions to certain roads, whether a timber transport management plan needs to be put in place.
You see that this is the sort of area that would require a timber management plan, or is that larger forestry areas?
Not the A82 as such. It's what we call an agreed route. So there are a range of routes. There's agreed, consultation, and excluded. So I'm not aware of the current situation, but there could perhaps be the road leading from the forested site onto the A82. I would need to check what the current status of that is, but it could well be an excluded or a consultation route.
Okay. And could Scottish Forestry impose conditions on the licenses they grant that could further the ends or be consistent with the Nature Conservation Order or the conservation status of the land?
We can apply additional conditions. I mean, generally, our felling permissions are issued with a standard set of conditions which relate to the restocking of the land, undertaking the felling and harvesting operations with in accordance with sustainable forest management and the UKFS in mind. We can add additional conditions where we may need to. That so, for instance, if it was a European site, we can condition that on the approval on the basis of a habitat regulations appraisal and appropriate assessment. So if there needs to be additional mitigations, so timing restrictions or such like, but that doesn't apply to the SSSI. That would be a domestic legislation. It's the European legislation that relates to. But we have to be very careful because they can appeal. A landowner can appeal the conditions, so it has to be proportionate and unnecessary to ensure sustainable forest management. That we would add additional conditions. Generally, our standard conditions are sufficient.
And they would be forest-related conditions. The focus of the conditions would be entirely forest-related, consistent with your functions.
But we can. I think there's certain instances we can apply that. It's conditional on the adoption of a timber transport management plan. Should the local authority make certain representations on the feedback of how timber should be extracted from the site. But yes, our interest is purely with the forestry aspect of.
And can you say a little bit about what you do if there was a breach of those conditions? Do you have any what your remedies then if somebody your standard conditions, say the standard conditions are imposed?
Well, I guess it depends what the breach is. So if the breach is occurring during felling, so say we put restrictions because of nesting birds and they were disregarded and disturbance was caused, we can revoke or suspend the felling permission. If it's related to restocking, so if we when we issue a permission, we tend to give 2 years. Plus a further 2 years to restock the site, and that's the standard. It allows flexibility in market conditions to maybe or to source a suitable contractor availability, and then we'll put generally give 2 years to restock, and that's to allow the source of planting potential weevils and other forest pests to subside to ensure the successful establishment. And we'll always set a system resumption to inspect those. So if a restocking isn't carried out, then we will try to work with the landowner initially to restock the land as per the conditions in the felling permission. We can do that if there was no felling permission. So in the terms of an unauthorized felling as well, we can issue the restocking direction or a remedial notice, and that would be based around forestry aspects. So it would be to replant the land either in accordance with the consent that we provided. So what was proposed by an applicant when we approved that felling permission, or to return the wooded area, the forested area to, we will give a prescription for that. So based on what was felled, so it would be pretty much like for like to either restore to productive woodland or native, depending on the type of offence and woodland where that was committed.
Yeah. I'm going to invite other people to ask any questions about that interrelationship between yourself and Nature Scott, including Nature Scott themselves. Genevieve has put a question in the chat bar, which I'll read out. It says, may I ask about blocks planted with spruce prior to the SSSI? What does Nature Scott hope that the NCO will achieve? It appears many owners, including herself, are willing to work with Nature Scott to preserve the SSSI, but haven't been able to do so until now. Now, that's a question that in terms of directed to Nature Scott, because of your forestry background, I don't know if you want to, if you have a sort of thought or response to that particular question in the chat bar.
That'd be for me, Paul.
If you have any, if you're best placed to answer that question, because it appears to be a forest-related question.
Well, in terms of forestry's interest, it's irrespective of whether it was a SSSI or not. Our interest is always the same, and that's to ensure sustainable forest management, and that any works undertaken in a forest environment meet the regulatory environment in which we operate. So, in terms of felling or potential afforestation, deforestation, forest roads and quarries come under our forestry environmental impact assessment regulations. So it's irrespective of whether there's an underlying protection. I mean, that just adds to the sensitivity we operate in, but we will always engage with relevant stakeholders and get their view before deciding on what's appropriate for the site before making a decision.
And without asking you to or holding you to anything for any future application that's not yet been received, because obviously you can't foretell that, some of the issues that have arisen in this context have been around the desire to reintroduce native species and to remove non-native species from areas of land. Does Scottish Forestry have a kind of policy or approach to how they would respond to applications along those lines?
Generally, unless there's a presumption to restore to native woodland, we would prefer and try to work with that. There is a requirement in the UKFS and to maintain the productivity of woodland. So productive woodland is a very important part of the rural economy. It provides a lot of jobs downstream. It provides timber, which reduces our requirements to import, and it also locks up carbon. So, productive woodland, and that takes into account the UK forestry standard and modern forest standards, has both environmental, social and economic benefits. In terms of our policy, we would consider that on a site-by-site basis. I think the difficulty in this situation, speaking hypothetically, is that there are multiple owners who will have multiple objectives, and it's one consolidated area of multiple age class now, productive woodland. So depending on the scale you're working on, if somebody wishes to restock with broadleaves and the surrounding woodland is productive, there will be challenges about removing species that may not be conducive to native woodland restoration. So these things are generally done at a scale that make them feasible. So our policy is to work on plantations on ancient woodland sites where it's having an impact on protected woodland sites. We always look, we take into each site on a case-by-case basis, and it's sort of assessed on stakeholder engagement, policy, and what's the most appropriate outcome for a site.
Thank you. So productivity then is of the woodland is perhaps the more important feature as a generalisation.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are the downstream benefits of timber production are well known, and.
Okay. So I'll bring in Dean, then Nancy, and then we'll probably break for lunch then.
Yeah, so I'm interested in what Martin's saying there about the different nature of the different forestry and so on, and also taking on board what Nature Scott had said earlier about to some extent they're not interested in the rewilding side of things because just they want things pretty much left as they are. Martin, my site, for example, has been commercially planted, I don't know, perhaps 20 years ago with Alaskan lodgepole pine and Norway spruce. So it wasn't part, it was Christmas trees, basically, rather than commercial Sitka forest. Some of my fellow members have got mature Sitka, some of them have got immature Sitka that's been planted maybe 10 years ago. So there's a huge diversity across our site, as you mentioned, small plots, different situations, different contexts. Immediately adjacent to my land is a piece of the original farm that was turned over to native forest. It's been self-seeded, I guess, with it's got birch, alder, willow, and it's probably now established maybe 30-40 years from when it was previously pasture, and now it's just generated itself into natural woodland. So there's an enormous complexity there, and I suppose what we would be looking for is some relevant consultation with Nature Scott as to what they felt was most appropriate for possibly preserving the landforms. Yourself, in terms of what forestry would allow in terms of presumably removing some of these trees, and whether or not Nature Scott would allow replanting. You can see the complexity of what we're trying to deal with here, and I don't know what's the mechanism for establishing that dialogue to balancing these various, it's a triple SI, it's a geological one. We want to preserve the landscape, but presumably we've got woodland on it now that's commercial in whatever format that doesn't necessarily support that. It would probably be better to remove it. Would we get permission to do that? Would we then get permission to either replant with something appropriate? Would Nature Scott allow replanting? I don't know where all that goes to. How do we deal with that situation?
Well, I suppose that the first point that comes to mind is it wasn't forest operations that led to the NCO it was excavations. So as set out in my response, written response, is that there are exceptions to the prohibitions. So that's any proposal that complies with the UK forestry standard. The first port of call would be for a landowner to engage with ourselves through our conservancy mailbox, and they can start the conversation, and we can advise on the next steps. So if you had an area of productive woodland and you wish to fell that, I mean, there are other things that we've got to consider, as the structural integrity of that woodland as well. So if you start opening holes, smaller pockets of woodland within a single-aged forest without felling to a wind farm edge, you could have impact on your neighbour's crop because it would blow down. The likelihood is it would blow down, given the location on the west coast. So and the crop, from my understanding, has not been thinned in the past, so it wouldn't lend itself at this moment to continuous cover forestry and an alternative to group selection and group shelter wood or regular shelter wood or whatever. So. But certainly, the process would be to, review your forest stand and to complete a felling permission application if you knew what your objective was, and we would assess that on the basis of what's being proposed, after taking into account other representations from others. But it's I guess it's, as I sort of alluded to earlier, every decision has to be made on a case-by-case basis, and we would take into account what is a landowner's objectives are, and consider those once we're in full receipt of all the information, so that we can make an informed decision.
Okay. Thank you. I'm conscious of time, which is a couple of minutes after 1 o'clock just now. Nancy with her hand up, and also Eva over there as well. But I'm inclined to break just now for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock, if that's okay, with everyone else. I've got a reasonable amount still to get through for this afternoon, but we are getting there. I want to get onto the Scottish modifications, which will bring back Scottish forestry and other aspects of things. So we'll come back after lunch with Nancy's and thanks to Eva's question as well. So if I could break just now and then reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just about ready at 2 o'clock now. And reconvene. I think as we left things before lunch, I'd stopped at Nancy about to ask a question, possibly Eva, of Martin McKinnon. So we can reconvene on that basis if Martin's ready. So Nancy. Just now. It's better, good.
Hi, Martin. It's a brief question. I'll try not to convolute it because I'm not an expert by any means. In terms of the silviculture and relating back to what Dean was saying in terms of the flora of his land and some of our other plots, which you mentioned briefly, which remained untouched since we bought them. Mine has trees on it. I don't know if there's a restocking agreement or not. My question to you, Martin, is in terms of the advance of theories about economically productive silviculture in Scotland, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on the research agency at Forest Scotland and the diversification they're talking about in terms of developing a future, I'm quoting, developing a future productive tree species list for Scotland, alongside an independent organisation called the Forestry Policy Group, who've also been commissioned by Forestry Scotland in the south of Scotland. And their list includes 14 broadleaf species. So I suppose my question isn't as specific as it could be, but I'm just wondering if you have thoughts, Martin, on the fact that, you know, these plantations that are in situ in Achnababan have been somewhat neglected. They've been piecemeal chopped and you know, they're not really, to my mind, fit for purpose in what you would expect a commercial plantation to be historically, which nowadays in 2026 isn't necessarily of economic benefit to the local community. I don't know if that's a question or not. Hopefully.
Well, I can give you an observation based on the statement, if you like.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we always look at the evolving picture around species resilience and diversification, but I guess the underlying principle is ensuring that whatever you propose to restock on a site is capable of it. So we may identify a palette of trees, but they may not be suitable for the location in which they find themselves. In terms of the mismanagement, I would say prior to the NCO, I mean, our involvement was on the basis of fell and restock. So we've approved a felling license as it was then. They're now known as felling permissions since the introduction of the 2018 Act and full devolution. But those were issued on the basis that they were assessed against sustainable forest management, and there was a restock proposal. So I guess what makes it more difficult in terms of management is the size of land holdings now, because generally productive woodland is managed on a larger scale. That's not to say that it can't be done through cooperative, but each landowner would have to apply for a permission to cover their area of land.
Okay.
And it would be better or wiser to work with your neighbours to ensure that whatever that you are proposing is compatible with each other. So in relation to the condition of the woodland, it's it's sort of late rotation, but it's it's still standing, it's still productive. I've not spent a great deal of time there, but from what I have, there is a reasonable quantity of material. That the West in particular is a good environment for growing productive conifer, as it's wet, it's relatively frost free. So I think in terms of species diversification, we achieve that through the application of the UK Forestry Standard. So there is a limitation on species, single species in any one landholding or forest area. and there is a requirement to consider other aspects. So existing open land, when you're looking to restructure your forest, we wouldn't necessarily expect areas that were previously unwooded to be included in a felling permission. We would go through a separate process for that. That would be considered afforestation. But I guess what we're dealing with here predominantly is an area of productive woodland, which would be managed through the purpose of the felling permission if you wanted to fell.
Thank you for that information.
And that productive woodland, what we're mainly talking about, because we'll come on to this a bit later on, about individual personal use, that's mainly commercial usage, as I understand it.
Well, the terms are interchangeable, Paul. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
people call it commercial. I call it productive. Productive is that it produces a crop. I suppose commercial is another phrase that's used interchangeably by the sector.
Okay. I'll hold on to that thought, because we'll bring you back in on modifications, but we may come back to some of the things that have been raised in terms of commercial, in the sense of using woodland for profit effectively and personal use. I'm hearing what you're saying, that the word commercial maybe not be quite the phrase that captures how the sector would describe it. We'll come back to that a little bit later. So I'll go to Eva now, who I think had raised this from the very beginning, to give her last say, or second last say, because I've got a question of the HR call, but Eva, last say.
Yeah, second last say. Hiya.
Second last say.
Just wanted to ask questions. Wasn't there a mention earlier that trees had to be removed in order to do studies to the SSSI? And what would need to be done before thinking about replanting order with native trees? Following what Martin has just mentioned, I know my next door neighbours don't want any trees on my land, on my plot next to them. Can you build on commercial woodlands if an exemption could be made with the SSSI part of that? So there's about 3 questions.
We don't consent tree removal for development. That would be the local authorities planning department that would do that. We only consent felling for sustainable forest management purposes. So that wouldn't be my position or area to comment on.
I know Nature Scotland said earlier that for them to do more studies on people's plots, the trees would have to be removed in order to do so. So would it make sense for, if they wanted to do more studies on each people's plots, if they did want to, then wouldn't trees that, especially in my commercial woodlands, wouldn't my trees need to be removed and then studies be done, and then potentially replanting order? If I was to get permission to build something, would that,
if you were to get permission to build something, that wouldn't come through us, that would come through the local authorities planning department. Our position is that we would expect them to consider and apply the control of woodland removal policy, Scottish Government's policy on woodland removal in this country. And they would also need to consider national planning legislation 4, I believe it is now, planning framework policy, which gives higher protection and onus on the control of woodland removal policy. So if where decisions are made now that planning may go ahead in a wooded environment by the planning authority, there has to be compensatory planting to replace the trees or the forest resource that's lost. However, there is a high threshold on the removal, and it's about achieving significant public benefits. So that would be a decision for a local authority to make, obviously in consultation with Nature Scot, because there's SSSI legislation covering that site. But yeah, we don't become involved in development. We're not a statutory consultee, but we do advise as a Scottish Government body responsible for forest policy. We do advise, and our position is always try and achieve your development without woodland removal. And there is a hierarchy in terms of what's acceptable, productive woodland down to native woodland, but that wouldn't be a decision for the Scottish Forestry to make. That would have to go through the the planning authority. Our position would be if you applied for a felling permission, we would always look for a restocking proposal in that felling permission before we would consent it. That's not to say that somebody couldn't come in the interim and do research work while it's, going through that rotational phase, if that was, of interest to someone. But we would always look for that restocking proposal, unless, of course, there was a presumption to restore to another land use, such as, the restoration of blanket bog habitat, but that would need to go through our EIA process, and we would engage with Nature Scot and other consultees, and there would need to be a fully worked up remedial plan to restore the habitat, not just cut the trees and walk away. So so it's quite a complex picture involving multiple bodies and consenting regimes.
Okay.
Yeah, perhaps that's
Thank
a question perhaps we'll ask Nature Scot in a minute as well. So we'll hold that question. You ask your other questions, Eva, and I'll maybe say to Nature Scot if they could maybe look to answer from their perspective how they'd carry out research if the research is in the ground that's underneath existing planted trees. But we'll finish Eva's points first, though.
Well, my whole bit will go later when next to Dean's kind of notesing, but
Sure.
I just wanted to one last thing I want to throw into this thing is I'm not sure how two things can go side by side. How can you both have a commercial woodland and a triple SI and what used to be agricultural land around it? I'm not sure about that bit. How can it be 2 or 3 designations at once? I'm just quite confused on that one. I'm not sure how that works.
I'm not sure it's designated as in terms of forestry, but certainly the forestry legislation would apply to it, and that part of the interaction that's quite hard to navigate our way around, I think, in all of this, including some of the questions you've asked.
It's quite confusing.
I don't know if Nature Scot want to come back. I was going to come back to them, maybe if they can make a comment on that question from Eva, which is probably, in fairness, addressed both to Scottish Forestry and to Nature Scot, but also if they have any comment on Genevieve's question before lunch, which was primarily a forestry-related question, is the one at the chat bar. If they have any comments on either of those, now would be a good time to get an input from that.
Do you want me to say a little bit about how we usually work with forestry in quaternary triple SIs?
Yes, absolutely. That'd be useful, yeah.
Speak about that just now. So we have quite a lot of forestry in not just this triple SI, but in lots of other quaternary triple SIs across the country, and a lot of it does date from before the SSSI. So some of the trees are quite mature. We work very closely with forestry, FLS and private forestry groups in terms of managing the forestry that's within the triple SI to make it as low impact as possible. Dense conifer plantations in a geomorphology site are problematic from a visibility perspective, in that it's very hard to see through. I don't know if you've ever walked through dense Sitka spruce, but it's really hard to get around. It's hard to get your bearings. It's hard to see breaks of slope, which is often how our landforms are defined when we're out and about walking or mapping a site. So it's problematic from that perspective. But also a lot of the operations that occur in forestry in terms of accessing the coop to fell it and get the timber out, timber storage, all those things have to be considered as well. So we tend to liaise with forestry groups at a pre-app stage, and we have an exchange of information in terms of what they want to do, when they want to do it, and how they want to do it. And we provide all the information that we have on the site's interest at that point, including sometimes spatial data on what landforms we know to be in that area. And what we ask them to do is to try and, where there's an opportunity to comment on a restocking plan or a long-term forest plan, we'll perhaps ask if we can have a more open canopy in the areas where the visibility of the landforms would be important. So if you had something like moraine belt or something, we would ask that they try and thin out the trees where those landforms are, so as they're visible to anyone trying to map that area. The other thing we ask for is to minimise any disturbance of the ground surface, along the same lines of as we discussed before, that cutting into the landforms is probably the most damaging thing you can do to them, especially where they're perhaps like steep-sided features where they just collapse once the vegetation surface is disturbed. So we try and get them to go around landforms that we are aware of. With our forest tracks, we reroute them quite regularly as mitigation. And we also ask that a lot of the forestry tracks are not dug into the ground. They're actually floated on geotextile membrane, and then any aggregate to form a surface for driving the lorries on is then floated over the geotextile. So actually there's no earthworks and disturbance of the underlying material, and in theory it's temporary because it's on a membrane, you could just remove it. So that's kind of how we tend to manage forestry operations impacts. Yeah, I think hopefully
That's very helpful.
Okay.
Can you see Genevieve's question in the chat bar, or should I read it out to you? I asked it of Martin earlier, and she was asking, may I ask about block planted with spruce prior to the SSSI? What does Nature Scott hope the order will achieve? It appears that many owners, including herself, are willing to work with Nature Scott to preserve the SSSI, but up until now have been unable to do so. So through the first part of that question, you've heard Martin's answer earlier. Just if you have anything further on Genevieve's question.
Perhaps I could answer that in terms of just that through the NCO, with the exceptions to the NCO that would be around any management of the forestry and any changes through Scottish forestry regulations around felling or replanting, then we would be consulted as part of that process and hopefully be able to achieve through any replanting or any restocking a more compatible stand of trees as with regards to the site interest. Does that help?
Yep.
So we might not look to, as Christina has described, we might not look to for restocking to go back in the same exactly as was the dense plantation before. We might look for it to be thinner, to avoid some areas. We might look, if it was possible, for restocking to be done on off-site if possible. I'm never very sure whether that's forestry to be a different.
Yeah. Obviously, the answer is general in terms of specific, because you can't tell according to any one set of circumstances. But I can't understand that attempt to reconcile the competing interests. We'll see if Genevieve comes back with that in the chat bar, because she's got no access to a microphone. But I've got Dean with his hand up just now.
Yeah, I was interested to hear there that clearly when there are forestry operations taking place on SSSI land, you've got mitigations. So you've got tracks that will float on membranes and aggregate that can go down. And I'm just thinking that that's the kind of thing that could benefit people like us with our kind of issues. If it can be done for commercial forestry, can that kind of mitigation not be put in place for landowners like ourselves? I'm thinking, again, if making comparisons, which I know is perhaps not always appropriate and can be a little bit dangerous, but immediately on the other side of the West Highland Railway line to my plot is extensive, intensive forestry. The land is all SSSI on the other side of the railway line as it is on my side of the railway line. I don't see a lot. It's intensively planted. The tracks don't seem necessarily to be laid out to avoid any particular features that I've observed. I think many of us would be quite happy to work with Nature Scott on whatever mitigations could be put in place. If that kind of thing can be put in place for commercial forestry, why couldn't that sort of dialogue and negotiation be had with landowners like ourselves? I would be perfectly happy to float a small amount of track to give me better access to my plot to then do perhaps other things. I'm just wondering why, if it can be done there, why can't it be done for others?
Well, maybe if you don't mind, Dean, I'll leave that question hanging just now, partly because of the point Martin made about the differentiation between commercial and non-commercial being effectively an artificial distinction, therefore one that maybe don't want to hung about with too much. And come back to this when we talk shortly about modifications. and then bring it into there, because there'd be something around there that's certainly in my mind. I'm quite keen to move on, and I appreciate that people have been very patient with looking at the issues as we've gone through a kind of reasonably lengthy sort of preamble to get where we are. I think I've effectively got 3 objectors here, or groups of objectors, and I was going to start really with the 2 individual objectors, then come to Dean third, but start with Richard Brooking, who is on the call and is just about to come up there just now. Really, just to give him the floor just now. I'll go to Gary after him, and then I know Dean wants to make a presentation, and he may want to bring in other members of his association to do that. But really, I just want to hear from Richard, who's been listening with great interest, I hope, to the evidence so far. But really, I just want to open the floor to him for him to say what he wants to say in amplification or in support of his objection.
Yes, not so much of an hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah, good. It's not so much an objection. Earlier on, we were talking about flattening. Some of the sites have been flattened by vehicles driving over them. What I was wondering is, why, if I can ask this question, why did Mr. McGregor Senior question or challenge the use of the word bulldozer? Can anyone answer that?
I think Dean might be able to. I think I were present at that particular point. But Dean first.
It's just a purely pragmatic answer. The point was that no bulldozer was used; it was an excavator.
Excavator. Do we know who is actually driving these excavators? Was it a hired company?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I sort of got an impression whether Dean is right that it was simply a kind of a balking at the language that was used, or whether it was Mr. McGregor Senior saying he knows it wasn't bulldozing because it was him who was doing it, and it definitely wasn't bulldozing. I'm not saying any of those things, but when he stepped in and said that, that was what he took issue with when we're looking at Site 32. Certainly, and the explanation may be that given by Dean. I have no information, and I'm not intended to make any findings as to who does these things. I don't think it's really particularly relevant to the question. I completely accept that the people who have purchased land, and Dean, I think, will explain the nature of who his the landowners association represent. I think he said last week it was people who bought the land since 2023 or some such period. I'll leave him to explain it better than I can. And certainly there's no suggestion, nor does it matter in my
for the future, get any information. I'm not actually objecting to anything as such.
All right, okay, that's fine.
I'm here more as an observer than anything else.
That's all fine. Very welcome. And bringing again, Gary, you spoke a little bit earlier on, but I'm going to give the floor to you just now, just for anything you want to say. I mean, some of the stuff that has been part of your concerns, some of them will have been tucked on and addressed, whether to satisfaction or not, I'm not sure. But do you want to say anything further now, just an amplification of your concerns?
There's probably nothing that possesses too much weight at this point in time, more for modifications of the order.
Okay.
Myself and my partner, just for context, to say we just purchased the land last year, and we're not married to any particular personal or commercial ideas or developments. We are very open and willing to work with all the relevant authorities to work within parameters that might suit the conservation. Again, something that we tried to do our homework on and tried to contact Nature Scot and other governing bodies on was, we obviously weren't informed that this was an ongoing process prior to our purchase, and then briefly after our purchase we received notice of the order, which again, everybody is ultimately here for their own personal reasons, collective reasons as well. I'm very aware, but we're here for very personal reasons. If purchased land, we intend to develop part of your own life, to then have that very, quite frankly, taken away from you. Now, we're very open to doing things within regulations, but what we're not open to having is purchasing a plot of land to then receive a letter that says, ultimately, no matter what way you word it, ultimately says that you can't do anything with it. It bears no benefit to me or my children. So the purpose for us being here is to find out and work out a solution to that. Can we, if people want our land for research purposes, I'm happy to sell it to those people. But what I'm not willing to accept is forgoing a small fortune for them to essentially rot at my feet while somebody else makes decisions for us. So for context, that's why we're here and what we're here for. What I have to offer at this point in time probably bears no weight. More so modifications. Say we're very much open to any solution that works for the preservation of the land and everything that they stand for, and for our own personal interests as well.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear. That's very helpful. I want to ask a question of somebody who's not here, just in case anybody happens to know the answer to it. And it might be for Martin McKinnon, the Scottish Forestry. One of the objectors, Stephen Cameron, who was talking in terms of the need he has to have a welfare unit, a caravan, I think it is, on the site for health and safety requirements. I would have wanted to have asked Mr. Cameron if he'd been here, other than the health and safety legislation itself, what imposes that obligation, whether it's something that's under a forestry permission or a forestry license, as to how and why. Because it sounds like it's forestry rather than agriculture, the sort of usually talking about in his objection. But in his absence, I could ask Martin, if you happen to know, would it be part of standard conditions of Scottish forestry to require people to have what are described as a welfare unit, perhaps portaloos or whatever, or people who are on site in remote areas, operating regularly with the care of trees, for that to be effective a condition of a Scottish forestry licence? Or is that not really kind of ringing a bell?
I would say, Paul, that strays into employment law. And not forestry legislation.
It's not forestry, sorry. Yeah.
There is requirements through, perhaps tendering processes on, our sister agency that manages the public forestry and land Scotland, through their tendering process, that they insist on those as part of their contract, that, they must provide welfare facilities for workers. And in fact, we do have a forestry grant scheme grant option that does help contribute to that for welfare facilities, which arose just after COVID, I believe. But there's not a requirement under the felling permission. A good employer should provide these facilities, but I mean, there's a wealth of mobile facilities, and that's generally what tends to be used rather than a fixed. So there's a range of options. You see them along motorways now in vans and or the typical blue portaloo, but those generally tend to be for large, long periods of being on the site, so planting or restocking or felling operations that you need to provide sanitary conditions for those employees, but it's not a requirement of a felling permission.
It's not a felling permission, and you say it drifts into other requirements, health and safety or employment. I suppose my question, and I'm trying to phrase this very much at a general level because you don't know his individual circumstances, but it had struck me that those needs might well require, as I say, on large sites, a large piece, if a piece of fairly intense felling, that's a large area of land that you're going to have workers out all day in potentially remote areas, then there might be something to be said for making sure that there's toilet or rest facilities.
Well, the mechanisation of forestry has reduced the requirement for human. Most of it's done by machines these days, and essentially, you don't tend to see more than 2 harvester crews operating on any one coop. Coops don't tend to be larger than 100 hectares unless there's been, you know, a catastrophic wind event and there's a requirement to clear, or there's no wind firm edges. So yeah, you know, I tell you, the largest requirement for a workforce on a site is the replanting of it, but you know, that could be having done quite a lot of it myself. You know, it's you can do about a productive woodland. I used to plant about 1 hectare a day myself, so it sort of gives you an idea of the manpower or people power that you would need to facilitate an operation of that such like, and generally, you know, it's a small portaloo is sufficient for the purposes of most modern forestry operations.
That is helpful to know that, and I don't want to be dismissive of any of these concerns, because they're obviously they're important concerns. But my sense is the nature of the operations that are ongoing or are planned just now are not really of that generalised nature or scale. And the forestry on the site, while it's quite extensive, it's not massively extensive. And I was slightly unsure, I was slightly doubtful that there's going to be a need for forestry staff to be on site at all times.
Well, there's no currently consented forestry activity on the site. There is conditions on pre-existing felling permissions, but those were on inspection completed, the restocking of the area under the land that was felled under permission. So yeah.
Right. Well, maybe just give Nature's got an opportunity to comment on that point. If there's anything, there may be nothing they necessarily feel they want to say just on that particular point. If there's anything by way of further elaboration.
No, we don't have anything of relevance.
Okay. Right, thank you. Right. Okay. I'll now move on to Dean on behalf of the Landowners Association. And I just start by saying that I've received the Atmos report. I believe the author of that's unable to be here today, as it's turned out, and I've also received a subsequent submission in response to the statement of case for Nature Scot, which has been admitted into the process, as I think was said to you, Dean. So you can refer to all and anything of those, and I know you're going to try and use your best endeavours to capture what the report actually says. I mean, a structural way of dealing with this, I suggest, is effectively kind of threefold. One of which is to say a little bit about the Landowners Association itself, by way of kind of intro of that, and then move in to some of the other points you wanted to make generally in terms of the representations made. And then we can, with that, I think we'll seamlessly move in, I trust, then to the question of the modifications, because the Atmos report really was where those things come into most clear focus, and we can draw in other considerations that come into play in light of that. So I'll ask you to do that. Before asking you to start speaking, though, I should say that we have within the DPA, we have had a number of people making observations about the Landowners Association, who are to coin a phrase, are making clear, and not, you know, that they're saying to me, not in my name, effectively. There are 3 or 4 local residents who've made that point. I should just say, I'd like you to explain the genesis and the origin of the association. From my point, as I understood what you said to me on site last week, is I have no difficulty with your entitlement to be here to represent whoever it is that you represent. You're not claiming to represent everybody. I think you said you represent people who'd bought land. I think you said 2023 and onwards. So there's a sort of constituency that you represent. But I should just make clear that for my part, I have no objection to you making representations in this process for those who you represent. You don't claim to be speaking for others that you're not speaking for, and I completely understand that. So I wanted to just put that on the record from the start, even though, as I say, some people in the area have raised certain questions. Aside from that, I'll just hand over to you to present in whatever way you think fit.
Thank you very much, Paul. And all of the things that you've just mentioned in terms of structure actually is pretty much exactly what I've prepared. So I'll just kick straight on and go through it. So thank you, first of all. We do appreciate that you've recognised us in this way. My name's Dean Baker, as I've said before, and I appear today as chair of the Achnabobe Landowners Association. Just to give a little bit of background onto myself, really, please, because I think it's relevant. I'm a professional educator by training. I'm currently CEO of a British education management company based in the Middle East. I'm an executive principal of a British international school in Qatar. But aside from that, I also hold a mountain leaders certificate. I'm a Munroist. I'm a lifelong mountaineer. Spent a lot of time in the Scottish Highlands. I have a deep personal commitment to the natural environment there. I also recently completed an executive MBA, during which one of my research projects was focused on rewilding and sustainable land use in the Highlands. I looked particularly at Highland Rewilding Limited, which has an estate at Bunloit, which is just 15 miles up the Great Glen from Achnaboban. So I come to this not simply as a landowner with a grievance, but as someone who has seriously studied the relationship here between conservation, ecology, and responsible land stewardship. And I mention that because I want the reporter to understand that the association I chair has engaged with this process in exactly that spirit. We're not here to obstruct conservation. We're here because we believe this order, as currently drafted, fails the very people it should be engaging as partners in protecting this wonderful landscape. The association was formed to represent the collective interests of landowners within the area covered by this order. And as the reporter has mentioned, we are all people who came to this from 2023 onwards. So we're all recent purchasers of this land. We are an unincorporated body. We have a formal constitution, which I've submitted to you. Our membership currently comprises of 14 individuals from across the UK who purchase plots at Achnaboban, in most cases at auction, but in some cases privately, like myself, with plans for low impact personal use, eco cabins, rewilding, family retreats, outdoor recreation, and in one case, a family home. We are ordinary people who invested their money, and in some cases their life savings actually, in a piece of Scottish Highlands in good faith. I also appear in my own right as an individual landowner. As I've mentioned before, I've got 4.5 acres of land sandwiched between the A82 and the railway, and I know the reporter has seen that because we've stood together there on the site visit. And my interest in the land is in rewilding, in ecotourism, maybe now in geotourism, as we discussed earlier. And I've used my land for that purpose, including bringing my motorhome up on site on a number of occasions without any adverse impact on the SSI and its features. I've taken precautions before all of this happened to kind of protect the surface and the soils and the area. And I know the reporter has seen that because I pointed that out to him. So there hasn't been any adverse impact as far as I'm concerned on the usage that I've done and other of our members also. We've submitted 3 documents for consideration: the Atmos consulting review of the NCO, which we commissioned, our supplementary submission responding to Nature Scotland's statement of case, and an addendum drawing attention to a letter from Nature Scotland dated on the 26th of November, the significance of which I'll come on to in a moment. But before we go any further, I just want to be clear about what the association is and is not asking for. We're not here to argue against the protection of the parallel roads of Lochaber SSI. We accept that it's an internationally significant site, that the damage that's described has happened. It's serious and it's absolutely regrettable. Our objections are to specific provisions of the order that we believe are disproportionate, unenforceable, and insufficiently justified. And we're asking for you to consider recommending targeted modifications that would produce an order that's both effective in protecting the SSI and is fair in its application to landowners who had no involvement in that damage. So if I move on, the first thing I want to talk about really is the failure to notify new owners, because I think that's relevant to all of our situations. I want to begin with what I consider to be a fundamental issue in this examination, and one which I believe must inform any consideration of proportionality throughout. Nature Scotland's own statement of case acknowledges that the sellers of the plots at Achnaboban repeatedly failed to notify Nature Scot of the names and addresses of purchasers, as required under Section 42 of the Nature Conservation Act 2004. That failure has meant that Nature Scotland could not engage with us, the new owners, before the damage occurred. We've submitted a letter to Nature Scotland, Nature Scotland submitted a letter to me on the 26th of November and other members of the association. In that letter, it states explicitly, and I would quote, that Nature Scotland do not notify new owners or occupiers because the previous registered landowner should tell them about the designation when they acquire their interest in the land. So we have two systems, each of which was supposed to ensure new landowners were informed of the SSSI obligations, and both failed simultaneously. The sellers failed in their statutory duty, and Nature Scot took no steps to enforce that duty. In truth, I could also mention our own legal representation as well, because I know we've all had a very similar experience with the solicitors that handled our own conveyancing, local searches and so on, and none of us were actually informed of the status of the land before we purchased it. The result is that many members of this association received no notification from any source, from the sellers, from Nature Scotland when they purchased their land. They had no knowledge of the SSSI designation, no knowledge of the consent requirements. And so we would argue you cannot meaningfully speak of someone breaching a legal obligation that they were never informed of. The point about the letter of the 26th of November is that Nature Scotland were already planning to enforce an NCO, and that was something, it was sent out to new landowners as what appears to be a routine introductory guidance about the SSSI. Yet the same letter states that Nature Scotland were already currently in discussion with the Scottish Government over the issuing of a nature conservation order for this site. New owners receiving that letter had no reason to understand the urgency or the imminence of the restrictions that were about to descend on their properties. The letter reads as helpful background information, but it doesn't convey that within months, carrying out even basic maintenance on our land could become a criminal offence. I submit that this context is directly relevant to our consideration here of landowners' awareness of their legal obligations, which is one of the items on the agenda today. And finally, in this particular part, I just want to draw attention to us as innocent purchasers and the ECHR. The order as drafted applies identical restrictions to every landowner within the NCO boundary without any regard to whether individual owners had any involvement in the damage described by Nature Scotland, or indeed any knowledge that such damage was occurring. Many members of this association have never carried out any works on their land at all. I include myself in that. They purchased after the damage had already been done, some sight unseen even. They are now subject to exactly the same blanket prohibitions as those responsible for that damage. And I submit that cannot be proportionate. It also engages rights under Article 1 of Protocol 1 of the European Convention on Human Rights, the right to the peaceful enjoyment of possessions. The order effectively deprived members, and I know one or two of other objectors have already mentioned this, it deprives members of the ability to use their land in ways that were entirely lawful when they purchased it, without compensation and without any individual assessment of their specific circumstances or culpability. And I ask that we keep that in mind as well as we consider the proportionality of each provision. I'll move on now, if I may, to those particular provisions, because we would like to, as we did in the report, pick one or two issues here particularly.
Yes.
Number one, practical unworkability. Our environmental consultants at Atmos have advised that the order's restrictions are so broadly drafted that they catch entirely routine maintenance activities. For example, if I wish to repair a fence post, a gateway, clear a fallen tree using any mechanical equipment, fix drainage, each of these would require a consent application that could take up to 28 days under the legislation. The practical consequence is that a landowner facing an emergency, storm bringing down a tree, power lines, boundary fencing, soakaway failing, whatever it might be, could face criminal liability simply for taking immediate remedial action. And that's unreasonable. That's not what the order, I'm sure, was designed to achieve, and it's not a proportionate outcome. We've mentioned already the species introduction clause, which we also believe is unenforceable. The order prohibits the introduction of any species not present at the date that the order comes into force. There's no register now of what species were present at that date. Neither landowners nor Nature Scotland can know with certainty what constitutes a breach. Therefore, our Atmos notes, and I make no apology for the example, say the literal wording of this clause would require SSI consent before keeping a pet on your land, if that species was not already present. Nature Scotland's justification is that they want to prevent damaging species, like pigs being released on the site. We entirely understand that concern, but the answer would be to name the species or categories of species that pose a genuine risk. For example, we would name pigs, not to impose a blanket prohibition that no one can meaningfully comply with. Point 3 is to do with the movable structures and prior established use. The order prohibits tents, caravans, marquees, portable toilets. We were just talking there about welfare units, I noticed, that have no below ground impact and no physical trace when removed. As I mentioned, I've used my motorhome on my land several times prior to this order and the enforcement notice coming out without any adverse impact on the SSI features. Atmos have advised that where a prior use has been established and has demonstrably caused no damage, that history is a relevant consideration in assessing proportionality. We would ask you to consider whether modifications to the order could reflect that principle, at least for genuinely temporary and movable structures on land, particularly land that's already been disturbed, for example. Number 4, concessions that must be formally confirmed. Nature Scot has conceded in their statement of case that the prohibition on tree felling can be removed and that tree planting restrictions should apply to non-native species only. We very much welcome both of those concessions unreservedly, and thank you for that. But concessions made in a statement of case have no legal effect unless they are then reflected in formal modifications to the order. So we would ask that that could be submitted into the report. And finally, I know that Nature Scot have used the cumulative burden argument when it comes to looking at this land and whether or not any further development can take place. But we would argue the same in return. Taken together, the restrictions in this order create a situation where landowners cannot carry out any activity on their land, however routine, however low impact, without seeking consent, waiting up to potentially 28 days and risking criminal prosecution if they act before that consent might arrive. Each individual restriction may certainly have a justification, but the cumulative effect of all of these is to render the land effectively unusable for any purpose by anybody. And that, we believe, is a disproportionate outcome, particularly for those who purchased the land in good faith, were never informed of their obligations, and have done absolutely nothing to it and absolutely nothing wrong. Section 4 of this particular case, I'd just like to mention the human reality, and here's where I'll bring in one or two of my associates as well. I want to give a brief picture really of who the members of our association are, because I know that that's been called into question, because I think the human reality behind these objections matters to the proportionality question that you're being asked to consider. So with the permission of these people, I'd like to mention Greg Aitken. He's a local, born and bred in Lochaber. He's a former serviceman who's used his life savings to purchase a plot at Achnaboban, and I know, Paul, that you met him on the site visit. His intention was to build a family home for his partner and his children. Straightforward, deeply personal aspiration. His plot is already cleared. It sits immediately adjacent to a plot that has received planning permission and, to all intents and purposes, is identical. He has made no alterations to his land whatsoever, but is subject to the same blanket prohibitions as everyone else within the order boundary. Darren Mercer, another Army veteran who purchased his plot to site a low-impact eco-hut under the Scottish Government's own 1,000 hut scheme. He's done nothing to his land. His interest is in preserving it and enjoying it quietly for outdoor recreation, such as hiking and biking, and in contributing modestly to the local economy. He's asked me specifically to represent his position today because he believes, as I do, that the order as drafted offers no pathway for someone with his intentions to engage constructively with Nature Scotland. We're not developers. We are not people who have damaged this site. We're people who saved up, bought land, received no notification of the obligations, and now find ourselves in a process that treats us as if we were responsible for the damage that brought this order into being. We ask that you hold our circumstances in mind as you consider the modifications we are proposing. Eva is a member of the association and owns a plot within the NCO area. And I know, excuse me, I know she would like to speak to her own specific circumstances, if that's okay with you, Paul.
Absolutely. And I met Eva and she walked me around to her plot last week. So very, very happy for her to do so. And I know you've got Nancy here as well, but we bring in Eva just now if she wants to say anything further to what she said to me last week. I think she was there with her partner.
Yeah. Are you there, Eva?
She was a second ago.
Hi, I'm here now.
Hi again.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. So my name is Eva. I'm a member of the Boban Landowner Association. I own half an acre of woodland within the area covered by the order. I would like to explain briefly why the order, as it is currently drafted, affects my plot in ways I believe are disproportionate. My plot is a small and narrow half an acre piece of commercial woodland. It sits between two existing houses / development plots, which are already fenced and built either side of my plot I've brought. My land also doesn't have any marine ridges. It doesn't have any landforms. It doesn't have peat bogs or mounds. My land has lots of dead soil and non-native trees, and my land is relatively flat. The order applies identical restrictions to my plot as it does to the whole area without any consideration of the different circumstances of the individual plots. In my case, I am not asking to develop undisturbed wilderness. I'm asking to complete a boundary fence between two developments that already exist. That is not the kind of activity this order was designed to prevent. Cables and water pipes already run under my plot. They were put there by the neighbouring developments either side of me. The subsurface of my land has already been affected by those installations. The order would prohibit me from connecting a few feet of cable or pipe to an existing electricity point that already sits immediately adjacent to my plot. Not because this would cause any further damage to the geology, but because the wording of the order is so broad that it catches activity like this that poses no risk to the features the order is meant to protect. The woodland on my plot is non-native commercial forestry. It was planted by humans with the intention of being harvested. I would be willing to replace any trees that are potentially removed. The order as drafted would prevent me from doing this, despite the fact that replacing non-native commercial trees with native species is exactly the kind of positive land management that the site management statement says should be encouraged. I want to be clear that I am not here to argue against the protection of this site. What I had in my mind for my plot was a small, eco-friendly cabin, potentially under the Scottish Government's own 1,000 hut scheme, designed on raised foundations or stilts, so it can be causing no disturbance to the ground below it. I would commit myself to replanting with native trees, installing bat and owl boxes, and working with Nature Scotland on a design that is appropriate for the landscape. I'm genuinely willing to work with Nature Scotland and the relevant authorities to find a solution that respects both the nature conservation interests of the site and the rights of landowners like me, who purchase their plots in good faith and every intention of managing them responsibly. I would like to ask the reporter to consider whether modifications to the order could allow for that kind of engagement rather than applying a blanket prohibition on everyone and leaves no room for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. So in conclusion, then, I'd just like to first of all thank the reporter and Eva for speaking there. And I would just ask to we consider recommending the following specific modifications to the order, if I may. First, the species introduction clause to be amended to restrict its scope to specific named species or categories of species identified as actually posing a genuine risk to the SSSI features, with clarity about what was present at the date of the order came into force. Second, the prohibition on temporary and movable structures to be reviewed for proportionality, with consideration given to structures that have no subsurface impact, and a mechanism for recognising established prior uses that have demonstrably caused no damage to the SSSI features. Third, the tree planting restriction to be formally amended to apply to non-native species only, with wording that is consistent with the existing landscape context of the NCO area. Fourth, the felling prohibition to be formally removed from the order, as Nature's Scot have already conceded. Fifth, the position of landowners in relation to routine maintenance, drainage, boundary fencing, etc., clearance of trees, to be clarified so that emergency works would not inadvertently expose people to criminal liability if they were waiting for 28-day consent, for example. And sixth, and I think this is quite important, that Nature's Scot commit to providing a clear and accessible guidance on the SSSI consent process to all landowners within the NCO area, with reasonable timescales for processing applications for low impact activities. And finally, perhaps most importantly, I ask you to consider whether the order as confirmed might make a meaningful distinction between those who carried out damage and those who did not. A more targeted approach, more differentiated, whether through the modifications I've described or through other means available to you, would produce an order that achieves its conservation purpose while treating the innocent purchasers of the land in this association with the fairness that their circumstances warrant. The Achnabobain Landowners Association has engaged with this process in good faith throughout. We have submitted our evidence, attended the site visit, presented our case as clearly and as constructively as we can. Whatever your recommendation, we would ask that it reflects the full complexity of the individual circumstances of the landowners in this area, not just the history of the damage that gave rise to this order. Thank you. I guess we'd be happy to answer any questions if people wanted to ask us.
Thank you. Just finishing writing the notes. Okay. What I suggest we do is let it come to the various individual suggested modifications in discussion around the group, including obviously involving Nature's Scot. But first of all, I'll maybe ask Mr. Ferguson on those preliminary issues, the issues that were raised at the start of that presentation on behalf of the association, and I'm thinking here in particular about the question of the legal obligations of the landowners, the Section 42 points, perhaps touching on the kind of ECHR implications arising from that, which are all really contained in the agenda, but in a number of items. I'd like to break down the modifications, but first of all, maybe ask Mr. Ferguson to go to give his response to those overarching issues, in particular the issues relating to the lack of individual responsibility. I think Mr. Baker, you did clarify. I think at first you said that they weren't informed before the damage was done, but I think you clarified that later. They were informed after the damage was done.
Yeah.
Effectively, they were informed via Nature's Scot after the damage was done. And just as a matter of just the documents that are before me, you mentioned a letter of 11th November, or sort of November 24, I think it's 28th November 2024, and there is in the papers before me a letter from Nature's Scot to the Scottish Government asking for consideration of the NCO, which was in July 2024. So there was 3 months before the letter you referred to. So I just record that as a matter of fact. I think that was the point you were making effectively. But the date of the first proposal of the Scottish Government predated that letter of November 2024.
It did indeed, yeah.
So dealing with those overarching issues, I'll maybe just go back to Nature's Scot, and in particular on anything they want to say about the ECHR implications or Section 42.
It's
and the details of Nature's Scot. Yeah, that's not sorry.
It's probably best to start with Section 42.
Yeah.
So, as I touched on earlier, as things stand, SSSIs are not registered against the title to individual properties. There is the obligation under Section 42 for outgoing owners to notify both the incoming owner and Nature Scots. And as things stand, it's only if those obligations are fulfilled that firstly the purchaser would become aware, and secondly that Nature Scot would become aware. The Nature Scot doesn't have the ability to track transfers of ownership in real time. It relies on the outgoing owners giving notice in accordance with Section 42. And as I mentioned this morning, that would be a difference with a nature conservation order, where under, I can't recall the paragraph number, but it's in Schedule 2, that there is an obligation on Scottish ministers actually to register a confirmed nature conservation order. Separate from title ownership, there is a register at Registers of Scotland for SSSIs, and in preparing for today's hearing, I have discussed these matters with my conveyancing colleagues, and it looks as though there is a gap in the system where a standard part of a solicitor who acts for a purchaser is to review the title, but also to review other reports. One of the reports is called a property inquiry certificate, and it would appear that some of the search companies who provide these certificates search against the SSSI register and some do not, which is certainly a gap in the system. But there isn't a gap in the system due to Nature Scot. Nature Scot can only engage with new owners where the outgoing owner gives proper notification. It's important to stress that the proposed NCO, or the made NCO, is not in any way to punish the current owners for the sins of their predecessors. It's purely to preserve the underlying features. So that this is not a punishment. I think that leads us to the European Convention on Human Rights, and Mr. Baker referred to Protocol 1, which does indeed give protection for the peaceful enjoyment of possessions. However, that right is qualified, and there are qualifications except in the public interest and subject to conditions provided by law. The process we're discussing here is in accordance with law. It's being made in accordance with the Act. We are here today debating the merits of the order being confirmed, and therefore this is in accordance with Protocol 1, because Protocol 1 recognises exceptions. The right to peaceful enjoyment of property is not an absolute right. In the leading case on this, I don't propose to go into any detail, but the leading case is the case of Fredden v. Sweden. And that sets out two conditions for interference with rights. The first is lawfulness of the purpose of the interference, which I've already covered. And the second is the proportionality of interference. And the interference must strike a fair balance between the demands of the general interest of the community and the particular requirements of the individual landowners. And in Nature Scot's view, both of these requirements are met in this case.
Thank you. There were a number of aspects, and I'd quite like to sort of break them down a little bit, because they're probably all deal in slightly different ways with the question about the various prohibited operations and the exceptions to the various operations. And as I say, as we discussed earlier on, it doesn't look as if Nature Scot's position is that there can be flexibility around that of a consenting process. If something is actually, if it's prohibited, then consenting process to reflect the individual circumstance. I think your position is that's not a way in which a consent could be given to permit the kind of the smoothing off of some of the concerns that Dean has raised in those circumstances where relatively minor matters can be consented and thereby provide a defence in these circumstances. So the difficulty, I guess, in terms of the order is its black and white and absolute nature. So if that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but if that is what your position is, then that does create, on the face of it, something of a tension between what can be done to try to limit the effects of certain of these matters. Going through them very roughly in the order that they were raised. The first point is effectively, and I'm just going to not talk about trees just now, but I'm going to talk about other things that might come into the context of being emergency steps, things that might be required where an emergency situation arises. So there might be a kind of a need for an emergency repair. Perhaps a fence needs to be repaired. There's a drainage that needs to be fixed. So what would Nature Scott's position be in relation to things that are required to be done that on the face of it are prohibited but are required on an emergency basis and things just can't wait? Have any views on that?
I wouldn't regard the restrictions on, say, fencing. The prohibition is against new fences. The wording is it would be the construction of walls or fences, whereas if it's a repair or maintenance of an existing fence, I don't think that that would amount to construction of a fence.
That's a situation where emergency works would require to arise there, and presumably you'd say the same in relation to drainage matters. If a drain was damaged and was causing harm and was leaking water everywhere, I presume your position would be the same, that would not be caught by the restriction of the creation or modification of drainage channels.
The drainage channels, if they're there, surely should be part of the consented planning houses if they needed maintenance. Yeah. Otherwise, they don't need to be maintained. Yeah, they're not consented.
Mm-hmm. So if I could just come in there, I know for a fact that there's a water main that runs alongside the A82, runs through my land to Fern Cottage, because that was once one of the farm cottages. And that runs completely underneath my 4 acres. I know also for a fact that there are cables and services that run under Eva's plot between the two existing developments that she's got. So we've got infrastructure and cabling, drainage and so on that runs under our land that might well at some point, water pipes freeze and break and this kind of thing. And the order as it stands is I can't bring equipment, I can't touch, I can't disturb, I can't do anything. So let's say the water main bursts in a cold winter and there's water pouring out all over the place. I can't bring anything on site as it stands with it is. And if I do, I'm actually committing a criminal offence.
I think Eva showed me some of the cables that were underneath her land that weren't quite as underground perhaps they should have been, but yes, she certainly showed me those on site. But the suggestion made that the work that's done in relation to things, one of which is the work that's done in relation to this equipment, is not the construction of such things, but the repair. A question might arise about the replacement. If that situation were to arise, what the difference between a repair and replacement. But certainly drainage channels, one presumes, don't exist in isolation. and of course drainage channels in their nature disturb subsurface equipment. So I can see there's an issue there in relation to drainage. Certainly as far as land which is consented in terms of planning consent, one would presume that drainage would be permitted in that context. And so that would be something that would be covered by the exception if it's consistent with the planning consent, which I think is what one of the Nature Scot officials was saying. But Eva, you've got your hand up just now. You want to make a point in this regard?
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that, yes, Paul's right. Paul was their witness on the site visit. He came to my plot of land. So there is electric cables running on top of my land, and there's also water pipes and everything already directly underneath my land. The connections are already there, and they were there before I bought my land. I also wanted to mention that a few trees have also been already removed from my plot by neighbours, already house owners next door to me, without my knowledge or consent. As I pointed out to Paul during the site visit, Paul also heard my neighbours, who was on my land next to us. Yep. They admitted to Paul and me that they have been cutting down my trees, and they admitted their involvement. And me, my architect Stuart Russell, contacted Nature Scotland via email last year when we first noticed trees being felling, with pictures and videos of proof of what they had done. And the housing owners at Lochaber have removed quite a few of my trees. And I saw what was done to my trees upon the site visit again recently. The NCO prevents me from replanting the same species or planting native species. So I'm pretty much left without anything I can do about it. I've already contacted the authorities. My architect, Stuart Russell, has contacted them on my behalf as well. Nature Scotland, as far as I'm aware, haven't responded to what was done to those, neighbours. They've kind of just gotten away with it, and I just wanted to, just say that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Again, Nature Scot got the hand up just now, so go back to them just now on this issue.
Thank you. I did want to clarify one point.
Yes, of course.
My explanation about construction of new fences, that I'm quite clear that wouldn't prohibit maintenance. However, the existing wording in the order does cover the maintenance or removal of pipelines.
Yeah.
I didn't want to mislead the inquiry on that point.
Do you remain satisfied then that the wording just now in facilitate kind of care and maintenance, and this is really just this sort of the situation, taking fences just now, a situation where it's possible to, for example, repair a fence. Certainly the new fences, as Eva's been speaking about, would seem to be covered by that. If she wants to install new fences for whatever purpose, that wouldn't be an option for the reasons stated. But if a fence, just think of a scenario here that would arise in this particular context. If it were a fence next to open water, for example, I don't think there is any open water here, but the fence is required, or again, an example that wouldn't really apply in that context, a fence next to a quarry that needs to be maintained at all times because of danger to life and limb of somebody who might actually not be stopped from going over the fence and putting themselves into danger. I suppose it's that sort of thing that I'm thinking about.
Yes, our position is that with the exception of pipelines and cables, as I've explained, the existing wording would not prevent repair and maintenance. Perhaps the edge case would be improvement. So repair and maintenance, Nature Scot would be comfortable with either the restriction being qualified or with an additional exception. But that would be for a like repair or maintenance.
So repair and maintenance, like for like. Okay.
I also just add as well, I suppose we'd have to clarify first as well, though, whether any fencing was put up as part of unconsented planning, for instance, and wasn't still under investigation by another authority.
It's absolutely, it would be repair and maintenance of lawful development.
Yeah. There's an obvious danger of trying to draft in committee in these circumstances. And I can certainly happily reflect these concerns. Just looking at lawfully present as well, that this may be a matter that requires to be given further consideration to, rather than, as I say, us sitting here in a meeting of this nature, examining this nature, trying to come up with precise wordings. I think it's probably the concepts we need to be coming up with rather than necessarily the words. So anyway, that's helpful. And again, I've got the point about drains, that you'd normally expect drains, related drains to be permitted where that will form part of an existing planning permission, which may exist. Positions as far as cables and the like that are located underneath properties. Again, you're thinking of statutory undertakers in this context. I've not been advised of any statutory undertakers who have an interest in land here, though, as I say, I did see what looked like cables of some nature under Eva's land, and no doubt there may be others that I didn't see, but certainly I'm not aware of any interest that they would have. Just looking at the exceptions, I suppose there might be a question there as I'm glancing down at them, is whether the installation, repair and maintenance of the equipment of statutory undertakers ought to be exempted as well for that. But that's something that hasn't really been raised thus far, just thinking about the Eva's land there. Okay. Right, that's helpful in that context. Maybe if I may move on to forestry to bring in Martin on this as well. I am sort of slightly concerned that when I've been looking at this, I may be potentially in the process of throwing something of a spanner in the works here because of the Nature Scot concession about felling of trees. But when I was looking at the situation about trees, and it applies equally to species introduction, types of species, native, non-native. Don't know if that could be defined. Maybe Martin can tell us if it can be defined or not. But introduction of species or native or non-native, invasive species. I don't know. There might be something about invasive species that might be there. The two thoughts that I was having in my mind in relation to forestry matters, one of which is we have an order here that deals quite extensively with the powers of Scottish forestry. So anything that they permit under a licence, and you have to go through the list of exceptions to the circumstances, felling licences, forestry projects, community forestations, felling permissions, restocking directions, and felling in consequence of all of that, etc. It's something that would fall within the ambit of Scottish forestry. And so it struck me that actually the order strikes quite a good balance right now. If it excludes anything that falls within the functional remit of Scottish forestry, then it should be left to Scottish forestry. And as Martin mentioned, there's appeal rights against decisions that are being made. So I wasn't sure there was very much that does fall within the remit of Scottish forestry that needs to be specifically dealt with, because those exemptions are there. So if you need to get a Scottish forestry consent or permission or whatever, that's exempted from the order, and you'd go to somebody like Martin and you'd get a consent from that point of view. So I thought the order broadly worked in that context. Perhaps more controversially, and if you excuse me while I dig out other papers I dug out yesterday, on the questions raised in the papers about felling of trees and individual trees, not every felling of an individual tree, not every feature involving forestry will bring in Scottish forestry functions. I actually thought that looking at the forestry exemption regulations, which of course are also an exemption from the order, it had struck me that if you look at the exemptions that exist in terms of felling that's exempt under the regulations, it's the Forestry Exemption Scotland Regulations 2019. I kind of thought that got us there, to be perfectly honest. I'm not expecting folk to have that document in front of them, but there are types of felling which are specified as being exempt, and one of them is size of tree. Another is the cubic meterage of the amount of trees involved. Another exemption is the felling of a tree where necessary for the prevention of imminent danger to persons or property, which is the point that's been made in the meeting here and before. There's a specific exemption for Dutch elm disease. The diseased trees are mentioned, but obviously that's only one sort of disease, and the felling of dead trees. So again, although there's been a suggestion that tree felling be removed from the prohibited activities, my own feeling was that the exemption regulations are actually quite a kind of balanced way in terms of the order as it stands of reflecting the concerns that have been expressed to me. So I'm sorry that as I say, that slightly is different from what others have said, but I don't know what either Dean or Nature Scott want to say about that. The other dimension about all of this is I'll need to be addressed on the question if we're modifying, if we're going to be modifying paragraph 3 of the order in relation to felling of trees, then we're going to have to think about what the implications are on paragraph 4 as well, because quite a lot of paragraph 4 may require to be redrafted in that context. But I'll go first of all to Nature Scott, and just on that question of generally the tree and forestry interactions and felling in particular. Then I'll go to Martin, then I'll go to Dean.
We're trying to just catch up with what you've been saying.
No, don't worry, that's fine.
No, I think what you're trying to say is that, yeah, some of the exceptions are duplicating where we've
covered already. There's the point that I've yet to really identify anything in the objections here that tells us something should be amended to give more flexibility in the order that isn't actually there already in the exemptions regulations, is basically what I'm saying.
Yes, if we take the existing, if we take the felling prohibition and balance that with the exemptions, that covers a wide range of activities, and most of the activities which the objectors have raised. Leaving the prohibition in place would cover, in effect, unauthorised felling.
Yeah.
So you're right that there is a danger of if Nature Scott were, or if the order were to be modified to remove the felling restriction, then it's potentially opening the door to unauthorised felling, which would be a perverse outcome.
Yeah. Not opening the door to felling that requires and could be consented by Scottish Forestry. So Scottish Forestry, if there was unauthorised felling, if there's an authorised forestry work that falls within the remit of Scottish Forestry, they've still got functional powers that they can do in enforcement and regulation of that. It's that sort of area that doesn't fall necessarily within Scottish Forestry's functions, but nevertheless is unauthorised felling and it's not exempt. So that's what I'm wrestling with. I'm actually bringing Scottish Forestry, first of all, to say that just on those thoughts of saying that as things stand just now, everything that needs Scottish Forestry consent or is within their functions is left to them and is out with the order. And that seems to be the right approach. The Scottish Forestry have a view on that.
Well, in order to exercise our powers, we need to demonstrate an offence has been committed. So if it's some time before we're made aware of it, our powers can be limited in that respect, because we would need the evidence that in order to issue a restocking direction. So I guess that's why we have exemptions, but there is a requirement for people to record those so that they could demonstrate that at a later date. But it makes it difficult for us to determine, if they haven't evidenced that, whether an offence has been committed.
That can take place. Are you only talking of criminal offences? And perhaps there's a gap between things that are fall short of a criminal offence, which you might refer to the fiscal and situations where, as Mr. Ferguson was saying, there's felling that's not exempt, that might not engage criminality. And maybe that's the sort of the area that the order at present seeks to regulate effectively. So Peter, your hands up.
Yes, as Martin mentioned, Section 23 of the Forestry and Land Management Act, it starts off by creating the offence, and then Section 24 deals with the various exemptions, and those exemptions are fleshed out in the regulations.
Those regs, yeah.
So perhaps the difference between relying on the existing forestry legislation and regulations is that the starting point is an offence, whereas if there is the catch-all restriction in the Nature Conservation Order, then it's a prohibition. It's not starting with the offence.
Yeah, that's what I'm driving at. Is your point earlier, Peter, about saying that one of the things that's created now under the order, if it's confirmed, is a situation where there doesn't have to be criminality in order for this to be regulated.
That's right. Yes.
That would be consistent with the order as it stands just now.
Indeed.
The protections under the exemptions rather than changing it as well. That's where I'm coming from.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Anyway, Dean, if you bring in on this.
Yeah, I'm like you. I think I'm trying to wrestle with this a little bit. I recall quite specifically before the orders and the enforcement notice came into effect. I was told by Nature Scotland when we were in dialogue back in late 2023 that I expressed an interest in removing the lodgepole pine and the spruce, and was told I had to refer to forestry, which I had no issue with, and that they would control. Nature Scot weren't particularly interested in the trees, but forestry would deal with that, and I felt that was fair and reasonable, and I could deal with the tree specialists, if you like, in terms of how I might remove my thing. What now happens, obviously, is that for me, I think, and from our point of view, rightly or wrongly, this makes it more difficult to deal with that situation. And I think you said somewhere in amongst that the existing forestry regulations might be sufficient, and I would agree that they would be, and therefore, and I think there was a concession already by Nature Scot that they perhaps didn't need to have this included, and we welcomed that, because there's already existing coverage of what we can and can't do with trees, and we should refer to forestry for that.
Yeah, so where they have a function, you refer to them, but where you don't have a function, then the regulations apply, but there's a pile of exemptions.
Yeah.
Okay. On species introduction, and I was just very intrigued by Martin's comment there, wrapping my knuckles for drawing a distinction between commercial and non-commercial. I'm going to come back to that in a second. You're rightly so, Martin. Correcting me on that. Is I didn't sense there was anything kind of at the top of the minds of Martin and his colleagues about the nature of the species. So much, even he commented about the land being productive rather as being the most important consideration. And so again, I was probably inclined to say on this question of species introduction, I'm conscious that this order, which can be amended, but it's going to be it's designed to be a forever order, that if you're overly prescriptive as to what is a good species and what is a bad species, then you're going to miss something. I don't know how long or lengthy a designation of acceptable types of trees would be concerned. I am conscious that one of the exemptions is the Scottish Code for Conservation Translocations, and that's the the introduction or release in an area of any native plant or seed. I presume that's relevant to forestry, that's permitted in terms of general guidance. So I suppose my question really is whether the native, non-native, and possibly invasive, if somebody wants to introduce Leylandi or whatever into the area, is actually better left to Scottish forestry rather than being prescribed in the order. But that's a kind of ruminating. I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that, either Nature Scot or Scottish forestry. I've not yet got to animals. I'm going to come to them in a minute.
NatureScot does have one sensitive suggestion, and this reflects Mr. Baker's comments about the absence of a register of existing species. And
Yes.
That point is taken on board because, of course, if the restrictions are breached, it leads to a criminal offence. So there is a requirement for certainty. And
absolutely.
One possibility of achieving certainty would be so for example, 3F, restriction 3F currently deals with planting of trees or shrubs. One possibility of achieving certainty would be planting of trees, shrubs, possibly plants and seeds, but the qualification would be out with their natural native range. And native range is defined in separate legislation for different purposes. And that definition is in section 14P of the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981. So native range here is synonymous with native and non-native species.
Yeah. So you say natural native range, did you say?
Yes. So the wording is out with their native range, as native range is defined in section 14.
All right, native range, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, got that. I mean, the issue I had with the planting of trees and shrubs, which I got from the documents that are before me, again, I'm sensing I'm drifting into the commercial, non-commercial, is the situation of the Christmas trees. Martin may be able to confirm to me or hold his head in his hands at the stupidity of the question as to whether a typical Christmas tree is now regarded in Scotland as a native species or not. That may be a classic reporter stupid question. But I was actually more interested in not in the native, non-native, but in what I initially had viewed as commercial, non-commercial. And so I did kind of wonder whether the prohibition and planting of trees and shrubs should be for what I would regard as commercial purposes, to be reworded, but in fact should not prohibit the planting of trees or shrubs on an individual lot, say, for example, a Christmas tree for personal use, or a Christmas tree that you're going to give to your granny in Aberdeen.
Well, Christmas trees... Christmas trees are a separate land use. We wouldn't consent to felling permission on this location that proposed to replace woodland with Christmas trees.
So even for personal use, that's one of the things I think was mentioned, unless I'm misremembering this, in the NatureScot statement, that one of the concerns was Christmas trees. Am I wrong about that? If I'm misremembering that?
No, that's correct.
So you would actually prohibit. So Christmas tree prohibited certainly for commercial, as I was viewing it. But even if you wanted to grow a Christmas tree in your garden, even if you're going to put it in your own house around Christmas, that would still be prohibited, or still be the desire to be prohibited.
There's no Christmas trees growing on this location. It's a productive crop of North American conifers, primarily Sitka spruce and lodgepole pine. So our view of the land is a forested land. A Christmas tree plantation is something quite separate, although they do come under our EIA afforestation regulations.
That's helpful. Thank you.
And that's just primarily around the change of land use. If it exceeds a threshold, there is in a sensitive area. But I suppose something also applicable is the Wayne Act. So there are exemptions, for the like of Sitka spruce and lodgepole pine that can be planted as they're an accepted non-native productive conifer species in the UK forest industry, as is Norway spruce and a range of other North American conifers and European conifers. So in terms of native conifers, we have the Scots pine, the yew, and the juniper, only which Scots pine has productive capability in terms of timber production. So Yeah, there is. Christmas trees wouldn't be considered native unless you were using a native Scots pine, or were quite willing to have an unusual tree species with no needles or shape.
Let's assume not. So that does suggest that the Christmas tree things is a bit of a red herring. I take Peter's point about the certainty as to what is already trees that are already on site as at the date of the order.
If I could just put in very, I do have Christmas trees. I'm 100% certain I've got Norwegian spruce on my land, blue and green variety.
Yeah. That may be the answer to my question, is if it was the case there was none, and we did a survey and found there was none, which is taking Peter's point about certainty as to what the current position is. But if Dean's saying there are, then that does suggest that there are some issues. You couldn't plant new ones, but of course, because this is a forward-looking order, you wouldn't require, Dean, at least under this order, you wouldn't be required to remove them.
I know. Well, I mean, Norway spruce are a productive conifer species. They're not just a Christmas tree in the context of UK forestry, so they have been used. But Christmas trees primarily in this country are Nordman fir. I mean, people have used interventions during the autumn to remove part of a growing crop in thinning and sell them as Christmas trees in the past. But generally, Christmas trees are farmed for that purpose. And yeah.
So is it fair to say, and I'm opening this to anybody who has a different view on the facts, because I've only been in the site once, that farmed Christmas trees, in the sense that, Martin, you're speaking about, is not something that's there at present? Because if that's factually correct, then the planting of trees or shrubs under 3F that comprise Christmas trees would be prohibited. So Dean would be okay, subject to what his are used for, because they're in existence already. But anybody who comes to bring them in the future would not be able to on this site. Is that accurate?
Yep.
And does that go back to the point made by Nature Scott about the need to have some sort of information base as to what are the species that are present on the site just now, in order to work out what can be introduced? And Peter, I think you mentioned that about certainty.
Well, Nature Scott's view was to move from establishing exactly what's there to using the non-native species test, as I described. Of course, the exceptions would also potentially allow planting in various circumstances, whether that's under replanting requirements under a fair permission, as Martin explained,
yes,
or if it was proposed fresh planting, that would likely require consent under the forestry EIA regulations.
So that all goes into the exemptions, which is my starting point in all of this, is everything that needs a Scottish forestry consent is part of the exemptions. We're only talking of things that don't need Scottish forestry's go-ahead.
Correct.
Which is kind of, I suppose, where I started from in terms of the order. Looked as if it actually kind of made sense from my perspective. Okay. Can I move to animals now? Is the other point that Dean made. Mindful of the discussion we had earlier on, and again, there's a degree of similarity here in all of this. I mean, I should say, on my reading of all this, and Peter will have a view on this as well. In terms of the introduction of animals, I mean, there's one factor, and that is bringing your goldfish in a goldfish bowl into your house that's not part of the order because it's part of a planning permission. Now, planning permission will not give you consent to keep a goldfish. I must confess, I had not read the order quite as narrowly as Atmos had in looking at the sort of the question of introduction. I mean, having a pet dog perhaps might be a bit different, but I see the word containment is in the order, but I personally would have interpreted introduction or release into the area. If you happen to live somewhere and you bring a goldfish in a bowl, I don't see that as being introduction of goldfish into the area. You're not releasing into the river. To me, introduction has a meaning. And so introduction could well be normal farming. It could well be deer farming where it doesn't exist at present, or it could be pigs or whatever these various things are concerned. I wouldn't have regarded somebody who had property on the site owning a dog as a pet. I wouldn't have treated that as introduction or release into the area of a species of animal. Very possibly there are dogs present already, but that's not my point. My point is not so much if you own a dog, you're not introducing dogs into the species, into the area. Introduction feels to me like farmers starting a sheep farm where there isn't a sheep farm, if there's no sheep in the area just now, or whatever. So I'll let Peter speak about this then, Dean. I actually hadn't really seen that as a major issue to me. I'm also conscious of the fact that the concept of introduction is clearly quite an important one, since there'll be wild animals introduced elsewhere. Deer, wildcat who are not introduced might be roaming about the site. So it's quite a specific prohibition that requires a kind of human intervention, and the concept of introduction or release. They seem to me to be sufficiently specific that it didn't cover the sorts of scenarios that the Atmos report covered. And as I say, quite importantly, wouldn't prohibit somebody having a dog, for example. Again, I opened up for those for discussion if anybody takes a more literal view of the order than I did. Maybe start with Peter.
Yeah. Nature Scott broadly agrees that the introduction or release has a particular meaning for these purposes. However, again, reflecting on the Atmos report, it's perhaps the second part of the restriction which is potentially problematic. The reference to species which are not present in the area on the date of the order. Yeah. And one suggestion to bring clarity would be to restrict the prohibited species to pigs, grazing animals, poultry, and kept game birds. And the Nature Scott team can explain the particular reasons for those restrictions and why those particular species have the potential to damage the features.
So yeah, if we bring it back
please,
to trying to prevent here, is we're trying to prevent further damage to the site. And we're dealing with an area where the protective soil and vegetation layer has in many parts of the site been stripped away, and that leaves the underlying sediments kind of soft and loose and vulnerable to further compaction, trampling, erosion by rain, wind, water. So it was just trying to think about ways that that damage would be amplified or accelerated while it remains vulnerable and exposed. So obviously anything with hooves, Highland cows, deer farming, I don't know, llamas, alpacas, you get all sorts of things now.
Yes, well, indeed, the alpacas came to mind. Grazing animals, they're not all ruminants, are they? They're not all hoofed. Horses, deer are hoofed. I'm thinking back to foot and mouth. The restrictions, of course, on hoofed animals.
With the hoofed,
pigs are hoofed, yeah. Cows are hoofed, sheep are hoofed.
But with the grazing, I'm also thinking, what we would quite like is for vegetation to gradually re-establish across the damaged areas. And obviously, if it's been heavily grazed by something in a confined area, then that's not going to happen. It's just going to continue to be bare. So grazing animals, we thought we would cover that. Pigs is probably fairly obvious. They tend to dig up the ground.
Which is the last thing you want on this site, presumably, from Nature's Scott perspective. Yeah,
it's the obvious species that leapt out to us anyway. And chickens, poultry can be similarly stripping the vegetation away. So we felt that would have a similar impact. And game birds, for game birds, we were a little bit concerned that you might then need things to house them in, fence them in, like higher fences, huts and things. So we felt that across those four groups was a catch-all for potential future damage to the remaining interests.
And presumably the point again is introduction. I mean, game birds can fly and can come onto the site. The same with the wildcats can come onto the site. You can't control it, and deer.
Yeah.
So where does that leave other potential? This is the trouble to a certain extent with all this prescription of detail of all of this. Where does that leave other rewilding options? We've mentioned rewilding earlier on of wolves and beavers and all sorts of things of that nature. This is the problem with being prescriptive. If there's a rewilding of wolves and I don't know what the current state of that is in the whole of the north of Scotland, that's not reintroduction on this site. The point is it's reintroduction in the area. So it's not general introduction of other species. So it wouldn't stop a pig farm 5 miles down the road, even if one escapes. So it's introduction on the site, specifically on the site. Again, I suppose that's the question that comes to mind. How do you deal with the rewilding?
Any of these other animals that you've just mentioned, wolves, are not already here or haven't been here for years, would all be subject to a separate licensing process. Translocation, they're covered by the translocation licenses or such, like separate consultations. All of these animal links are the one.
Okay. Well, as I say, the hazard in all of this, and I'm not trying to redraft an order by committee on a Tuesday afternoon. So, I mean, I'm sensing there might be some thought required to be given by all of us before we go too far down further tracks in all of this. But I've noted the particular wording concerned. I think the only other one on my list, Dean will keep me right if I've missed anything out, is the movable structures and the temporary movable structures. And I'm conscious that he has in his site a camper van, which is a sort of motor vehicle kind of idea. And I mean, it did strike me. I mean, you can sleep in a camper van, but it's not like a tent or a caravan. But I don't know what Nature Scott's view is really on the issue there of particularly temporary, whatever that means, temporary premises. Effectively, would a camper van be a temporary premises? Site there.
If we come back to, again, what we're trying to prevent is the loss of integrity of the physical features and then the loss of integrity of the visibility and accessibility of the features. And we just feel that I mean, just how temporary are some of the potential structures that could be erected on these multiple plots across this already vulnerable area. So your huts, pods, cabins, caravans, realistically, how movable are they in the event of a team of people coming to survey the site or for drone photogrammetry surveys? And it kind of comes back to the cumulative impact. It's not like we're dealing with a couple of plots here, where something that could be moved on and off the plot fairly readily, like a camper van, that's less of an issue. But we're dealing with how many plots? 8.
How do you deal? How do you deal with cumulative impact then, if you've no ability to give a consent because of the strict wording of paragraph 3?
Right. The hope is we avoid the cumulative impact in the first place by not allowing structures to be on site.
Yeah. But that's a feeling of slightly all or nothing, though, isn't it, in that sort of context?
Yeah.
In order to defeat the cumulative, you must prohibit everything. Even though that, I mean, I know that's not quite the right way to look at it, to say that any one thing taken in isolation doesn't cause harm, but the cumulative effect does cause harm. I suppose it's a bit like sort of consumption of alcohol. One drink won't do you any harm, but 20,000 will.
Yeah.
But just a sort of slight feeling of all or nothing in it, in what's being proposed.
We've already reached a point where the cumulative effect has got to that tipping point, which is why we're in this situation. Yeah. So we've there's been this process of damage over a number of years that's become cumulative, which is why we've ended up with having to take this extra measure to prevent further cumulative damage.
The other thing I should say, just so in the spirit of complete openness about this, because it's something that Mr. McGregor Senior was at pains to point out to me last week, on the site is he did point out, and it's up at around where's my plan's gone. Actually up and around close to where he lives, along from number 17 on the plan. You go to the top, number 17 is turning left at the top of the road, turn right at the end of the road. And he pointed out there was a caravan, a pretty unsightly looking caravan on a site there that he said had been there for 6 years, and nobody had been there for 6 years, and it was pretty unsightly, I'm bound to say. And the difficulty, the worry I had seeing that was the caravan just apparently abandoned by somebody, but also it was on one of the sites that had been cleared, had been excavated and cleared in order to put the caravan on it.
Yeah.
And so that was a bit of a concern. Now that can be contrasted quite notably and markedly with Dean's site, which was the very opposite, of course, from what I saw on site. But there is something to be said, and as Mr. McGregor Senior pointed out to me, that once you allow caravans to go on site, even on a temporary basis, and since there's evidence of a clearing of a site in order to place the caravan there, that's not a great situation given the wider aspirations of what the order is seeking to achieve. So I just should say that was something that I witnessed at that location, but it's certainly not universal across the site. Okay. So I can see the difficulties and the challenges of all of that. So, Dean, have I covered everything? You got your hand up, and we'll go to Eva first of all. Her hand was up first of all, but I'll come to Dean second, and come specifically, Dean, in a moment to ask you the question of whether I've missed anything of what you wanted to cover in terms of modifications, or any comments on modifications. But Eva first.
Hiya. So, I wanted to ask a question. How would a structure that is built on stilts or a raised foundation or movable non-permanent structures like caravans, mobile tiny homes, motorhomes, how do any of these alternative housings negatively affect the SSSI? Especially when other house owners in the area have done irreversible damage to the SSSI. How could these other alternative structures that aren't permanently built, that isn't dug into the ground, that can be moved, that is small and insignificant to any potential damage to the SSSI, how would they negatively affect the SSSI, and how easy would it be to implement? Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer to this one. Basically, it comes down to, well, the consented housing developments were located, often mitigated as part of the planning process. So those are separate because we already had control over where they went in terms of the landforms and the assemblage across that area. The problem we have now is that the current set of plots there was no strategic direction to where those went, so they already bulldozed and damaged some landforms, cut some landforms in half, as we've already discussed. If we then add structures in place, whether temporary or not, it causes complications for somebody wishing to do a scientific appraisal of that part of the site. And again, it becomes a cumulative issue. It's not just one tiny little plot with a tiny little structure. It's multiply that over 60 odd ownerships that we now have in this small part of the assemblage. So the impact of putting structures on a site like that is that it becomes similar to the forestry argument, dense coniferous forestry. It becomes difficult to see between landforms and contextualize them in their location as part of a wider assemblage. You want to be able to view across a site wherever possible, so you can see how landforms line up in the landscape, if they have a common trending shape, like steeper on one side, less so on the other. But also for our remote sensing surveys, there are some ways that houses and trees can be filtered out by LiDAR. But with an increasingly used technique to do really accurate three-dimensional maps of the surface, we use drone photogrammetry, which is multiple two-dimensional photographs taken from the air of the land surface along transects, and it takes it so many different angles that you get a super accurate three-dimensional model out of it. if you have structures that interfere with that are across, like, densely packed, like caravans and pods across one area, then you would get a much reduced three-dimensional model of the remaining land surface, because your view from various aspects in the air would be blocked. So it would hamper your ability to do a remote sensing survey, ground mapping, and also the complication of some of these pods. Like, we've seen an increase in demand for these pods across the site. And often they arrive on the back of a lorry and need a crane to move them into position. And it's just the reality of how movable is that, in terms of if you wanted to do a survey, like with a drone, could you move them all off on the same day for the drone to fly over? It's just not really workable in terms of keeping that scientific interest open to scientists that want to study the area.
I see.
As your point, a response to you come in again as a response to that.
Yeah, some responses, and thank you for the reply. I was going to say, well, we could, all of us in the association, we're all willing to work with Nature Scotland and the council and all relative authorities. For the ones who would be all right with having motorhomes and movable structures, I'm very sure that we would, for the ones who want that kind of thing, comply and would be happy to move structures away for any research to go through. I couldn't imagine how that would work. I think we'd all be very, very workable with something like that. Would be happy to move things away and let research do its thing.
I mean, on that point, actually, Eva, and to others, I need to do my job and to report, and ministers will think about what I say, and they can not accept my recommendations or accept them. It's up to them. It's their choice. But if today has taught me something, and I hope this is true for others, is there is a potential for dialogue between the parties. I mean, even though this process must progress, because it has to, because it's a formal process and it's before me. I've been quite heartened and encouraged by the constructive nature of comments and recognition, especially from Dean and those who he represents, of Eva and Gary as well. In looking at ways in which a dialogue that maybe has been missing for various reasons in the past. And I know that the people who Dean's association represents are relatively new owners as well, so that's maybe part of the reason. Some of them are located elsewhere. But if there were some scope for kind of further dialogue in tandem with or outside this process to find ways in which there can be mutual interest, I would never stand in the way of people actually wanting that to happen. Now, Gary had his hand up, and I was wondering, was that a response to this particular part of the discussion, or was it a separate point you wanted to make?
No, to be honest, it's probably just an emotional reaction. Just move on, forget it.
Sure. Yeah. Emotions are good. Oh, you're on mute again. Sorry, you're going into mute.
Sorry. Fair. Taking everybody's, again, respect points, interviewing with Nature Scotland and things, a lot of this almost sounds quite speculative, almost quite dismissive of communication. It's a blanket statement for what's happened in the past, therefore the current landowners have to essentially pay the price for that. And then as we're discussing it, it's, again, maybe it's part for the modifications, but everybody seems pretty willing to communicate, to cooperate, to help each other. But it's almost like a repetitive cycle of that blanket statement. It's just a wee bit of frustration, really, because it's somewhat like a repetitive nature.
Yeah. So that's understood. And people have got different views, and people have got passionate views, and I heard very, very different views from those that have been very eloquently expressed today. There were those in the site visit last week who were perhaps a little bit less willing to cooperate with Nature Scotland, and so that's not without challenges. As I say, I've been grateful for those who've taken the time today, but that's maybe not necessarily representative of everybody. I'm a little bit conscious of time, but I think we've very much more to go. I'm going to go to Dean just to go back to anything at all he wants to say further, but also in response to my question of whether I've missed anything. And I'll maybe say something after that about next steps. But Dean, do you want to draw together some of your thoughts?
Thank you, Paul.
There's a lot of new stuff I've thrown at you today, so I apologise for that.
the issue of structures is probably one of the more sensitive ones for landowners, I would guess, not just members of our association, but landowners generally. And I do appreciate what Nature Scotland are saying about cumulative effect and what's desired here, but the kind of assumption that therefore there can be none is a sort of a guilty until proven innocent position, isn't it? It condemns all of us to the same fate, regardless of whether, as you saw in my case, I could literally clear my area in 2 minutes if someone wanted to scan it or run a drone over it. You can't see it from the road. It doesn't have any visual impact on anyone. It's tucked away and it's easily removable. Now, if we can't take some kind of differentiated view on some of this, then that lack of compromise and scope for some kind of alternative doesn't do anything really for what you were saying there about having a dialogue and looking for some kind of ways in which we can work together. I think there are a number of us who would willingly do some kind of structure or some kind of movable object that would enable us to enjoy the land, take responsible ownership of it, and work in partnership with Nature Scotland should we need to move it or do anything for the future. And the fact that we're not being given that opportunity, I think, is disproportionate and unfair. What Nature Scotland should do is find a suitable compromise, and if someone doesn't then comply with that, then follow through with the law which is there to support it, and take action against that. The sort of assumption that we're all guilty and so we won't get to a position where we would take action because we won't allow any of it in the first place stops those of us who are responsible, perfectly compliant, trying to do the right thing from actually exercising our rights of ownership to do those things. Actually, what should happen, we should be given a chance of that. And people who then don't comply, well, there's a process and a system and a law and a regulation that could be enforced on those people. I think it's the wrong way round, and it lacks. It just lacks a bit of compassion and humanity and proportionality and appropriateness, really.
Okay, thank you. And listening to that, my mind's casting back to the very beginning of your presentation, Dean, when you explain what your interests are and your background is as well. So that's all. What you say is obviously entirely consistent with that. So Gary, your hand's up.
Sorry, yeah, just for context for myself, moving on to the modifications and following on from what Dean was saying there. It's a question for Nature Scott. Again, we'll appreciate and understand for the research purposes. What would be the process of consent for researchers to use any of our plots of land for research? Would they contact us directly, or again, depending on the nature of that research, i.e. drones in comparison to core samples and digging and stuff, would they just go ahead with that? What would be the process, just so I have an understanding of consent to understand that it's a two-way street?
Yeah, I mean, this is without the nature conservation order in place, the usual process is they would apply for consent. But as a university, if they're carrying out research at a high level, they're treated as a public body, and we can issue consent, or we can determine that consent is not needed if we feel that the operation is not likely to be damaging to the natural feature. They're not constrained by the operations requiring consent, but they do still need to apply for consent. If we issue a consent to them, it always includes the line that it's up to them to contact the landowner for permission. The consent is separate to landowner permission. So
again, in a more specific example, if that required someone to access my land, like step onto it as the land owner within my own rights, if you had allowed consent and someone then steps upon my land and I'm made aware of that, does that then open the door to like lawful action for trespassing because I wasn't made aware of consent? Again, I'm just trying to get context to these situations.
There is a right of responsible public access, but that simply wouldn't involve carrying out any physical works to the land. But depending on whether any planning permission had been granted, even if there is a right of responsible public access over all open land, that comes with various restrictions and responsibilities. If you were to obtain planning permission for a house or hut or something of that nature, then those restrictions wouldn't apply. But if it's open lands at the moment, then there is this right as I've described.
So in my very specific circumstances, as I say, I've purchased the land, I've not been even to place a boundary on that land, which doesn't prevent anyone entering the land. So essentially what you're saying here, because I don't have permission, I wouldn't be granted that permission because there's no window for me to ask for consent to build a structure, home, anything of that nature. It's essentially within your power to allow people access to that land which I've purchased for scientific or research purposes. Is that correct?
It's not related to the Nature Conservation Order or even the existing SSI. It's a right which applies to all open land in Scotland, and it's not necessarily for scientific purposes. It's for hill walkers and the like.
It's a land reform.
Yeah, the Land Reform Scotland Act. So it's nothing to do with the restrictions which are being proposed here.
We would expect any researcher to certainly seek permission before coming on your land, and we might not be a research organisation that has come via us. It normally would be, but there are other people working independently. There's geological collectors. There's all sorts of people that we might not be aware of. If it's work that we're involved in and are aware of, then there would be the consent process. We've got an NCO, and there would be always the clause that Rachel said that it's for the researcher to make sure they have landowner permission.
I mean, I was trying to look at that, but it's not really strictly for this exercise. But in the Nature Conservation Act, there are powers of access over land in certain circumstances that exist. One of them was one I exercised last week for the purpose of examining this order, and got a certificate from the Scottish Government to that effect. So there are some provisions that would govern that, but that's more likely that than the sort of right to roam provisions of responsible use of land. But it'll have to be done, Gary, within a kind of legal structure, effectively. And certainly, if people are going to come to you direct and not go through Nature Scot, I would suggest that makes it harder for them, because Nature Scot are the public body. Private bodies can't just, as a generality, come and demand to go onto your land. So I think it could be sensible and to be encouraged that anybody who wants to carry out any research of that nature does something very much to the auspices of Nature Scot, so that all rights can be balanced in order to ensure that your rights are respected as the landowner, and indeed, for that matter, if they come on the land and do any damage to anything on your land, that you get adequate protection against the harm that's been caused by someone else coming onto your land. So I think there'll be all sorts of structures and discussion that I would imagine would go through, in this research context, I'd imagine would go through Nature Scot, and would have to be quite closely governed to protect your private ownership rights, because your land at the end of the day. So anyway, that's kind of moving into areas that are not for this examination. So Eva.
I wanted to quickly mention that with my land, my nearby neighbours, the one side by side from me, have come and cut my trees down. And because I can't put down a fence and I can't protect myself, all I'm able to do is contact Nature Scotland. I've contacted Nature Scotland on a few occasions and hired people to help me write an official letter, submit proof, video clips, pictures, and nothing came about that at that point. So I'm at the point where I have to then call the police and put in a crime report. I feel like it's a shame that I can't do anything else to protect my land from people like that who aren't abiding by the law when I am. And it feels kind of like I'm stuck in this. Just wanted to say that.
No, thank you. And I heard some of that last week with you and your neighbour next door from what was being said. So I'm conscious of time and drifting after 4 o'clock when I said I'd close. I'm not particularly seeing any need to look at the issues of views of other local residents, other than those that are sort of have been reflected to me already, not least because I don't think there are any other people who are supporters of the order that are on the call, particularly other than those who've spoken already. I didn't have any aspects or items to that arose from the site visit that we had last week. I don't know if anybody wants to say anything by way of closing in just a few minutes, because we are over time, as I said. Happy if someone wants to do that, but I'm not particularly looking for closing submissions as such. I am slightly in two minds, and I think I would like to reflect on what I've heard today about modifications. There were new things to me that I need to reflect on, and in fairness to all in this call, I think all of you will go away and scratch your heads and think about what that means for modifications and where I go next. I'm actually there are various things I could do, and I'm reluctant to do any of them. I could prepare, based on what's been said to me, a note of possible modifications. I'm sort of reluctant to do that. Nature Scott may want to draw together some reflections from today and put forward wording of suggested modifications. Others may wish to as well. As I've now said twice, we don't want to draft by committee, but I've got to at some point draw this together in a report to ministers, to officials who will look at this within the Scottish Government. It's not going to be massively helpful for them, I guess, for me just to write down a series of different views and leave it up to them to work out what to do. So I think I'd probably like to reflect on next steps. But if anybody, and I'm thinking particularly in Nature Scott, but anybody at all want to go away and give some thought to the drafting of modifications and thinking in particular about the felling, as I say, I've indicated my view on tree felling. I think there are consequential drafting issues if the restriction on felling were removed on paragraph 4 as well as paragraph 3 of the order that's before me. But I don't know if anybody wants to say anything just now. I think probably what I would like to do is just reflect a little bit before I ask people to do things. But Peter, I don't know what Nature's got. Do you want to come up with some proposed modifications for consideration around the table? It'll be a very short period for consideration because I need to report, within a timescale in all of this. What would you say would be the best way forward to get inputs from Nature Scott and for those on this call in particular? As to the way forward.
Suggestion, sir, would be for Nature Scott to submit in writing within 7 days from today's date its proposed modifications and the reasons for that. And the other participants may then have a further 7 or 14 days to comment on Nature Scott's proposals, and if they have alternative proposals, to submit their own. That would give the last word to the affected landowners.
Yes. Anyone else around the room have any thoughts on that as a way forward from today? I think it really makes sense for us to just reflect on some of the discussion for that. Okay, well, let's do that then. Let's aim perhaps by Wednesday of next week. What day is next? That'll be the 16th, I think. You can build up for to the Scotland-Morocco game by thinking about modifications to the order in the hours ahead of kickoff, and then get those submitted. And then what I might suggest is if that could be submitted by close next Wednesday, maybe if others could comment by the 9 days after that week on Friday, so we get to the end of that week. With all comments from anybody else who has made representations on what Nature Scott submit, and then that will give me time to give some reflection on that, and as has been said, would give the objectors last say on the issue, and then I will reflect on that and report accordingly. So, if that all makes sense, nobody is jumping up and down saying not. if that's all helpful. Again, I just reiterate my thanks to you all today for all your contributions. They've all been very, very cogent and very eloquent and clear. The site visit last week I found was very useful, giving me a kind of a proper understanding that only a site visit can, but my understanding of the feelings, the nature of the arguments, the depth of feeling on all sides has been further enhanced by what I've heard today. I found it very useful. So I'll just thank participants for that. And on the basis of those next steps, I'll bring the hearing to a close and thank you again.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Paul.